Hello. Good Saturday morning, evening, night, whatever time it is for you, I guess. I don't know where it was going with that sentence. Hello. Welcome. I hope everyone's day has been going good. Um, it feels weird to have actual weekends again, to be aware of weekends. Oh my god, it is Saturday. It is not another day that I laze around and do a whole lot of nothing. Hello, Aiko! Welcome! Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, let me just quickly say hello to everyone. Hello, Vermo. Hello, Rising. Hello, Austin. And yeah, hello, Aiko. And also, congrats. Also, Blood. Hello. Sorry, your name is the same as mine. Everyone that has a purple name, I'm sorry. I do not perceive. I'm sorry. Just woke up. Good morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Yeah, I woke up at a relatively normal time today. I woke up at, well, to be exact, 8 a.m. I went back to sleep. And then I woke up at 9 a.m., lazing around for like a whole hour trying to play Animal Crossing, playing Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing takes forever. It took me like an hour to get all of my stuff done for today, and I didn't even do a whole lot. Yeah, the beginning tutorial stuff is really exhausting for some reason. Purple is clearly too good of a color. True. My new design that is in the works will have a lot more purple. Actually, my way original design that isn't this one actually is completely purple. So I guess I'm going back to my roots a little bit, but for now we're more black and blue kind of and yellow. Also, hello River. I just used the shout out thing, but I will give you the other shout out that I have available. Yeah. Hello, hope you're doing good. Purple is great. Yeah, you love pink and purple. I really love your colors. I don't know, I was afraid of using colors when I made this design. I tried my best, but the most colorful thing about me, I guess, is my red ribbons and I guess my yellow little details. That's about it. Other than that, I don't really have a whole lot of colors. But that's okay. Sometimes we don't need colors. Resting. I hope you rest well. But yeah, other than kind of lazing around today, I didn't do a whole lot. Trying to think of what I actually did that wasn't just laying in bed or on the sofa. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Oh no, actually, I did clean up the room a bit. I found all of my PS Vita games and I realized next to the one Switch game that I have physically that the PS Vita games or like the box that they come in, they look so beautiful compared to the Switch game, which is sad because the Switch games box is literally just red on the side, which is what you will be able to see most of the time. While the PS Vita games actually have game art on the side. I need to take a picture of it and show you guys, but it looks so good. And I miss those times. But yeah, I had more PS Vita games physically than I remembered. Nothing wrong with a little bit of simple. Yes, I mean, my color palette of my VTuber is pretty much inspired by what I wear in real life. I just wear black. Oh, I don't really have a lot of colors in my closet. There's like nothing. I don't have a single colorful thing, so it was a little difficult. But hey, I have blue and yellow. I always love seeing game collection pictures. Well, I don't have too many. I have like, let me see. Can I remember all of them? Danganronpa 1, 2, V3. Then I have Danganronpa Despair Girls, which is 4. Then I have Corpse Party Blood Drive. And for some reason, I have Undertale on the Vita, which makes hit six. 6 games? I don't think I missed one. The other Corpse Party games, I have them digitally on the Vita. And then I think I have Steins Gate on the Vita too. But those I don't have a physical copy of. But yeah, that's the extent of my game collection, pretty much. Except for the PS4 games, if they count. Those are quite a bit more. Hello, Space! Hello, hello! Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, I ended up putting up some stuff on my walls, thinking about what shelves to get for my space right now, because I have so many plushies, it is insane. I have nowhere to put them anymore. I have nowhere to put them anymore. And every time I see all of my Hollow Knight stuff, I am shaking in my boots. I want to play Hollow Knight so bad, you have no idea. But I am patiently waiting a little bit longer. No Gravity Rush on Vita? What is Gravity Rush? Didn't expect you to be live yet. Glad I catch it on coincidence. Yeah. Maybe I don't know what times work best for my viewers. I don't look at my statistics where people are from. But maybe next weekend will be a little different. Since I was thinking of streaming a little earlier again. I used to stream 2 hours before right now on Sundays. I actually changed it to stream a little later on the weekend. But I might start streaming at 3 p.m. my time again, especially on Sundays, because I have to work. I could not play Higurashi when I have to work on a Monday. So if I want to play Higurashi on the weekends, because the chapters are definitely at least 4 hours long, I will have to stream earlier. I just looked up Gravity Rush. It looks... What did I want to say? I had something in mind. It kind of looks like... The art style looks like Persona a bit. Oh, tiny bit. Like the smallest bit that you can imagine. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, that's kind of like Persona-ish. It's really good. Highly recommend. I mean, I was thinking of... I still haven't found my charger. But I should really dust off the Vita and finally boot it up again. Hopefully I can remember my login details for my PSN account. That would be great, because other than that, I don't have... Other than my physical games, I have none. I wonder how things are going to go now. We're currently in Insano Town. It is going to be even crazier. Believe me. That was not the peak yet. We have not experienced peak insanity in Hinamizawa yet. Been remastered for PS4, but was original Vita exclusive. Fairly high regarded too. Okay. I like my Vita, I will say. I used to love it. Oh my god, I used to be on that thing 24/7 playing the games that I own. I played all of them in a span of like a couple of months until I ran out of games. But yeah, it was kind of difficult to get PS Vita games, especially here in Germany. I feel... Let me write it down. I haven't written down game recommendations in a while. It is time to put Gravity Rush on the list. But yeah, let me boot into the game, because I do not have anything else to tell you guys. I've been eyeing the shipment tracking for the Steam Deck, and I think it's gonna come on Tuesday. I don't know how fast this company ships stuff though, so we will see. Oh yeah. Okay, as we usually do, a little recap. What did happen yesterday? So it was a very strange day. We went to school. People thought that we went to or told us that we went to the festival. Satoko's uncle is apparently still alive. Everyone basically hates and wants to kill us. We confessed our murder to idiot who 100% ratted us out. Went to the forest to check on the body that we buried there. And were caught by the fucking police. Um, who Oishi kept using police brutality that has not left my mind. Mm, and well, turns out there was no body, as Keiichi kindly is reminding us of. There was no body in that hole, so Oishi was basically left with a whole bunch of nothing, and he basically abused Keiichi for no reason at all. Even if there had been a reason, still wouldn't have been justified, but you get it. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We also got this extremely confusing tip. Well, we got two. Oishi apparently is in a car chase looking into a specific car. And he was cut off. We don't know whose car it is, who he is investigating. And also we got this insanely confusing tip about bodies smelling. Hence the stream title today. Remember to take a bath or a shower at least. Um and I was thinking about it, and I don't know what that is supposed to mean. Yet, I still haven't pieced it together in my mind. I don't get it. So I guess I hope we'll get an explanation for it today. But if you don't release and then never really got games for it, I wasn't as aware of the library then. Eventually sold it to GameStop to get other games. No! The Vita! How dare you! I recently held it in my hands again, and it just, I don't know, it brought back so many memories. It was the perfect size. The Vita is the perfect handheld console for me to this day. Maybe things will change when I get the Steam Deck, but right now I love it. The Switch for me is a bit too big and a bit too flat. Don't find it insanely comfortable, but I do prefer playing handheld. But yeah. I might have to see if I can get more physical Vita games because it is a peak console. Girls were goading Keiichi into telling what he did in class, and they were also out of it, probably possessed for some reason exactly, and probably out to kill us, but not confirmed yet. I can also imagine that they just wanted to scare him and tell him to shut the hell up, basically. I could imagine them taking the body and burying it elsewhere, or causing the body to get possessed by some kind of demon so that Keiichi won't get into trouble. I feel like they're not necessarily trying to kill him, they're just trying to get him out of trouble. Maybe. Vita was a love letter for handhelds, was too ahead of its time. For real though, it was so good. I don't even know what made me buy it. I bought it secondhand, and ooh, so beautiful. I was happy from the day I got it. And I think I got it for like $60, which was crazy. It was in perfect condition too. To be able to play Switch games in higher resolution and mods with the Steam Deck. I can't play Switch games? I mean, I don't play a lot of games on my Switch, to be fair. I'm mostly a Steam game enjoyer. I don't even play a lot of stuff outside of Steam in general on my PC, so I think I'll be okay without the mods until I go crazy. When I go crazy, I'll report back. Also, hello Amadis! Welcome in! Hope you're doing good. They were attempting something, and usually that has never turned out good. True. I am still scared, but I don't know. Did not give off that aura. I think if Keiichi was more combative, they would have become violent quickly. They did seem like they could turn violent, but if they wanted to kill him, I'm still convinced that they would have done it. Seems like should be more than capable. Breath of the Wild with mods is amazing. I still have to play Breath of the Wild. I haven't played a single Zelda game yet. We will change that. The simulation is a little spotty. Performance isn't perfect rocky compatibility, but it works. Okay, I might look into it, but I mean, I have my Switch, so I guess it's okay. I don't use it a whole lot. I don't know why. I just don't. Knowing Mion and their family, they love to torture people, so it's a slow burn for them. Oh my god, I didn't even consider that. I guess you're right. Could be playing the long game to really make him feel the consequences of what he has done. I guess there's only one way to find out. Because I don't think we're getting back home this night without running into them. If they really are stalking us, they would have witnessed all of this. And I feel like they did. But okay, let me just grab one last sip. I don't even have, oops, a whole lot of water. But that's okay. Because knowing me, I won't even drink anything. And it will already be break time by the time I run out of water completely. Keiichi's in deep shit even with the body not being around. 100%. Yep, he has messed up big time. But, well, turned out okay for now. He's gonna go to Satoko's house. That would be really stupid, which sounds like what he would totally do. So you're probably right. Okay, but let's get started. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that, but I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Satoko had said, I'd failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much, no matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. In order to free Satoko, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. Ooh, I feel like not just metaphorically. This is a very specific way to phrase things. Oh, hello, Aki! Hi, hi! Welcome! I love you! Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good on drawing, finishing the drawing. I'm watching you. But if that price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. Oh, are we gonna go straight there? One more time. But we don't have a bat. No, as many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. Okay, so we did actually get home fine that night. I did not expect that. I was totally sure that we would meet some of them and we would get into some peculiar stuff, but I guess not. He's really taking his time. If Keiichi got displaced from his universe, as corny as that sounds, with the things happening in Higurashi, I think nothing is off the table. Yeah, some of the stuff that we say sounds really corny and stuff, but to be honest, could 100% be possible. Doing the studying and trying to finish the drawing ASAP, you should definitely focus on studying. Sometimes I forget that people actually try in academics. I I did never studied and I did horribly because of it. So I keep forgetting that people actually try sometimes in life. So good luck. You can do it. Just went home. Yeah, I did not expect this. The Higurashi stream will be cozy only, no scary. Doubt. Big doubt. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning at just about 5. 5 a.m.? It was already light outside. Once I'd hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with awakened power once more. This reminds me of a conversation I had with Rising the other day that, so I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, right? And people say that you should go out in the morning to get some sunlight and stuff, but like, the time that I wake up at which is like 6 a.m. During the week and around 9 a.m. during the weekend, there is no sun in the winter. There is nothing. You were lucky to get some sun at like 10 a.m., but that's about it. And even in the summer, the sun doesn't rise fully until like 8 a.m. ish. And I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of mornings do other people have? And like here it's 5 a.m. and the sun is out? Huh? Never seen here. I am so jealous of that. I would love to have the sun up at 5 a.m. Where I live, there is still sun out at 7 p.m. in the summer. Oh yeah, for sure here as well. I think the sun doesn't set. I mean, I guess it does start to set around 7 p.m. and maybe it's like slowly getting darker around 8 p.m. But yeah, not too long after that, which makes it really difficult for me to sleep early during summer. But the sun doesn't rise until like pretty early, late, not late, early. I wish. People are sorry if you hear explosions. People are still um doing the fireworks stuff outside of my window because it is fun to do that on the 11th of January, I guess. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. They're a little late. Yeah, I don't know why they still do it. I hate it. I don't trust that. Keiichi, you're still very exhausted. Yeah, no way in hell he's feeling completely refreshed after all of that, especially after being abused by Oishi last night. Fireworks have something to do with Orthodox holidays? Could be. Actually, you're right. Could be something to do with that. It is around this time, right? So yeah, it could be. But usually, unfortunately, people tend to still do fireworks even way after New Year's has passed. So it could just be people using up the remainder of their fireworks too. He's an unreliable narrator. I mean, he's been contradicting himself this entire time, saying, oh, I'm not nervous, and then feeling nervous. Oh, I don't feel guilty, but then clearly feeling guilty. So, yeah, he's probably just trying to gaslight himself into thinking that he's okay when he's really not. These 2 days, while I've said it was for Satoko's sake, the only thing on my mind has been killing. I've said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe, initially, it was for Satoko's sake. But now, I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that, after all was said and done, I'd met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. Which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would be here somewhere. Whoa, no! I knew something was gonna happen. Every time we mention him, some spooky stuff happens. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was the second step of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing.
お前ひょっとしてサトシなのか
Isn't that what we said last night too? That this could be Satoshi instead? Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer. But I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there that Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time, we will set Satoko free for sure. Are we gonna go straight to her house now? What day is it today? Tuesday? I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now, when I'd been out way too late for 2 days now, they'd give me a really angry talking to. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today, I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I could just burn it to ashes and then take them with me so I could kill him again every time he resurrected. That is kind of messed up. You're gonna take trophies from your victim? What? At some point you're gonna have way too many ashes. It's also not that easy to burn a dead body. It's gonna be obvious. Those footsteps are a bit more literal and he's being stalked, but maybe that's too much of a reach. I feel like the Satoshi theory he's having makes the most sense. Since it did feel like he's been with us, kind of. But we have seen, from what I described yesterday in the first arc specifically, that it could also be someone stalking him, but that would be a little strange. I'd do it again. I'd kill him again, and this time I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. The way he describes the outside makes me want to touch grass, but also not really at the same time. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. Oh, we're getting reckless. This is exactly what I was afraid of. I think it's not up to debate that something is hanging around Keiichi, right? Yeah, something is definitely following us, whatever it is. There is something following us, but I don't know, I never had a malicious feeling towards it, but that's because he hasn't described it in a malicious way. Maybe that's why. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home as if nothing had happened. Both me and that other Keiji Maibara. Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maibara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her nini. I wonder, since he's been talking about this whole different world thing since last night too, if that's quite literally what's going on? Because he seems to be sure that this is a different kind of world, so to say. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough.
これは怖いな。
Oh, this one's scary.
こいつにするか。
Let's go with this. Haha! It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Oh, sure. People will not think we're crazy walking around with a hatchet. I mean, Rena does it all the time, right? Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it into my basket on my bike. Yeah, no, I would not do this. I would be too afraid of it falling down and chopping off my foot. Hello, Toonie! How are you? Welcome! How is, I think you probably have gone back to school. Hope the first week of school was good.
連日悪い用事に使ってばかりで悪いな。
Sorry for using you for evil all the time.
今日も頼むぜ。俺の足。
I'll need you again today, my legs. Oh, how ironic that he's talking about his legs. Or talking to his legs, I guess. I apologize to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. Need to get a better picture. We need to line up all the inconsistencies. The uncle is supposedly alive. Keiichi went to the festival. Satoko did not go. I think that's pretty much it. Can't think of... Are there any more? I'm trying to think of it, but I don't really think so. Oh, well, I guess the bat is gone. The body isn't there. But the cuts and bruises on his body are there. Takano somehow is dead. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you. Last day, holidays tomorrow. Oh, I envy you. I envy you. I thought for sure it was already over for you guys. Oh, man. It's very Keiichi to talk to objects. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, okay, we're not just talking to our leg, but also to our bike and to the bat and everything else. Yeah, the tools, I'm surprised he didn't take them with him. There's 2 holes up in the mountain now, but I guess no one cares. Imagine if it's in the other one now. Yeah, it's a long time. I guess different quote-unquote states, I guess, or provinces in Germany have different holiday times? Lengths? My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station since it was far away. So I'd always used it to get back and forth from cram school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket too. I never tried to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in here. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friend ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay. But here you are, thinking it's totally justified. He's now treating it as something that he could just easily do any time of the day. When he took so much time to finally get over the fact that he was gonna murder someone for his friend, and now he's just gonna do it like it's a piece of cake. It's that easy. Winter break in one go with the Christmas holidays? I think that's what everyone does. That's what schools here did too, but I didn't think that it was like an extra week. Who is he killing this time? Well, yeah, Satoko's uncle again, because apparently he's still alive. But still, the times I'd had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable and the time spent with them a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this was a value I decided to uphold. It wasn't something I learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I'd first come to Hinamizawa. This is so sad. This is quite literally the only time in his life that he's felt happy, which is why he is willing to kill people for that happiness. That is so painful. Oh, you only get a week in February. Okay, gotcha. That is a little strange. But yeah, for us it was usually most of December too, up until like the first or second week of January? Yeah. Gets sadder when you remember that Keiichi didn't have any friends in his old school. Yeah. He was basically all he was doing is going to school, learning everything that he had to learn, going to cram school, all of that, and no friends. Nothing. And then he comes here and he meets all of these people that he gets along with so casually, and everyone is so lovely, and then everything goes to shit in every single arc. This is so sad. Usually 1 week Thanksgiving in November, 2 week Christmas, New Year's, and 1 week spring break in March. Do you not have summer vacation? Because summer, I guess, I don't know, saying summer break is kind of strange. Summer vacation here for schools in Germany is like, what, 6 weeks? Which is quite a bit. I'm actually kidding. No one likes people like that. I guess, yeah, but still, it is still sad. Even if he was the actually kid, you know, it's still sad. We waited August, but I still work during that time. Oh, okay, I gotcha. That's unfortunate. I wish you didn't have to, because that would be quite nice. We had the week. Just slapped onto the 2 weeks of Christmas break, and normal schools have no holidays on the 3 week, but my school has no break when they have the 1 week winter break. We're a private school. Yeah, that does sound a little strange, but well, I'm glad you're able to have this much time off. But I'm also sad that you have to go back to school. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. About how on the very first day, Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually lively, full of whim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That's usually not a good quality, but I'm glad that even the negatives, he can be like, yeah, that's quite nice. Oh, stagger the break so it doesn't line up with public school breaks? But why? Why? Why would they do that? What's the point? These traps are borderline illegal. Not just borderline illegal, these are actual lethal traps at times. So, yeah. Why doesn't she use these traps with her uncle, I wonder? Just fucking knock the guy out each time he walks through the door. That went for Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan too. Wasn't Satoko the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Rena in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. Only if she was crying, of course. Very Rika again. And I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Hello, Yaya! Welcome in! Hope you're doing good. Higu pain. Yeah, we're starting with something sad. As per usual. It's okay. We can endure. It will have a happy ending, right? Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So, basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Okay, now we're getting a little corny here.
ナイトなら武器は剣だろ。
Knights, of course, use swords.
ツーハンデッドのかっこいいやつ。
The awesome two-handed kind. Now we're treating this like a game.
錆びた肉厚のナタで挑むナイトは多分古今東西俺一人だな。
I'm probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. I don't know. Pretty sure people have used hatchets over the thousands of years. We have a white knight on our hands. Exactly. Can you believe this guy? Then I saw an old person in the ridge of a field waving to me.
おや
Oh my.
ケイチくんかい
Keiichi-kun.
朝のサイクリングかいね
Out for a morning ride, I see.
おはようございます。
He's way too upbeat for having a hatchet in his bicycle basket on his way to kill someone. I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I really have been feeling so happy waving like that? Satoko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. I'm scared. Are we just gonna waltz in there and kill the guy? The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head and drove away my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath, then tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or that I'd killed him and he'd risen from the dead. Who's to say Satoko's at school? I mean, it's 5 a.m. If she's at school, that would be kind of crazy. Didn't he kill the uncle? Well, body doesn't seem to be there. And Satoko said that he was alive, so yeah. Apparently not, or something else happened. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered it an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of this Hinamizawa I was in right now an illusion. If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends in rice paddies like this. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. It would make him a literal monster. I mean, to be honest, that's an even crazier thought, but somehow it seems the most likely in Hinamizawa. He's going cuckoo. Yeah, everyone is kind of going insane slowly. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even wield curses. Takano-san had died probably because I'd cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, like I'd cursed them too yesterday, then I'd believe it. It'd be kind of crazy if we end up getting a piece of newspaper and it says, oh, what was his name? Kurado Oishi and Irie, whatever his name is, dead. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it into the Onikafuchi swamp. Or maybe Just like how the corpse wasn't here, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either? The fact his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I'd thrown it into the swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. I mean, he probably won't be in town at 5 a.m., maybe? And I would just show myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions, but it could also be the trigger to allow me to awaken to my superhuman, otherworldly self. Oh yeah, the license plate thing, I hope we'll learn more about it because I'm really curious about it. Who could he be chasing in a car or wanting more info on that has a car? I can't think of anyone. Unless it was Takano-san's car? Oh my god, what if he was going after someone that was in Takano's car? But you know, she's dead. Maybe that's a stretch. I held the hatchet still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my own hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I hadn't put on my watch, so I didn't know what time it was, but it was probably still a little before 7. Satoko would probably be awake preparing breakfast and her lunch. Okay, so, wow, we took a lot of time to get here. That was like almost 2 hours. Did they mention that Takano was dead? Yeah, they found her up in the oil barrel. She was the body that burnt. Also, thank you for the lurk, Aiko. I hope you enjoy it. It's the morning before school. Yeah. We woke up at 5 a.m. and apparently it took us almost 2 hours to get here. Satoko would probably be awake preparing breakfast and her lunch, but her uncle would probably still be lazing around in bed. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me, but if her uncle woke up at the sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. Also, us holding a hatchet! If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet! Yeah, that's gonna bode over well. That's gonna be fine. Teppei has to fix his sleep schedule. What does this guy even do? Does he stay at home all day? I don't think he has a job. Not that we know of, anyway. I think Sadako wouldn't go mental about Keiichi killing her uncle. Like, what? Yeah, she's gonna freak out. No, I couldn't do that. That would be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and go wait outside. Maybe that would do it. How would Satoko react to that? She would probably try and get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Satoko didn't need to know that a murder was going to occur in this house. Oh yeah, she'll notice when the blood seeps into the freaking floorboards. I think he's just a bum. Yeah, that's what I imagined him being like too. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob. Is it just gonna be unlocked? And slowly turned it and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive smell of life in Satoko's house hit me. This is the part of the hint about smells? Oh. Yeah, maybe. Perhaps? Also, thank you for the look, Vermal. I hope you also enjoy it. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not just by looking at them. I could hear a television on somewhere. Ooh. Cool. That is a lot of, dirt, trash, a little bit of everything. The television was in the messy dining room. There was food scattered about the table, giving an impression decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Oh, all the noodle cups here. I don't know, some medicine, more medicine. Coffee? I can't really see what these are supposed to be. Oh. Oh, yeah. I was about to check the console. Whoops, no, wrong. Oh yeah, we have a clear image. Can I somehow get rid of the text? I don't think I can. I don't know how. This actually doesn't look that bad. This doesn't actually look that bad. For some reason, the other one looks way worse. I mean, they have like some fresh produce here and stuff looks relatively clean. Like this is a bunch of cup noodle cups, I guess. And all of these look quite nice. I feel like the OG gives a more oppressive feeling for some reason. Not as much alcohol bottles as I thought. Yeah, there's only these two. I mean, Satoko probably cleans up regularly, so... Ah, wrong one. Yeah, I feel like this just... I don't know, maybe it's because it's a real picture. This just looks way messier. Maybe it's the angle too, because you can see all the trash strewn on the floor. I much prefer the OG. A lack of grime, yeah. I mean, you can't really tell from this image, but you can assume that there's a lot of grime here. The original background has this, I want to say, DVD player. It's probably from the 90s, not the 80s. Oh, you mean this one? It does look like one, yeah. Not sure what that is supposed to be. Is it? Oh, it's not a DVD player. If this is where you put the thing in, isn't that like a... Oh my god, I'm sorry, this is not my time. Okay, isn't this like a cassette player? Isn't this where you would put in a cassette? Maybe? Maybe it's just a DVD player. I was gonna mention that they probably took the photo and edited it in the early 2000s. Yeah, that could be it. VHS. Oh, wait, let me see. What is VHS? Sorry, guys. I am... Oh, that has a totally different meaning in German. VHS player. Yeah, could be a VHS. Oh, yeah, this is the thing that I was picturing, so it's not cassette. What would you call it in German? I have no idea. Is it also VHS? I think it's also VHS, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw these. I think my dad had one when I was very young, but it was quickly replaced by an actual DVD player. But yeah, this is what I was imagining. Probably VHS. Kurame isn't here to tell us. Where is he? I need answers. What is this? Same thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there's actually, no, I'm gonna snooze one more time. We're gonna have an ad break in 5 minutes instead of right now. My parents have a VHS tape for Titanic. Oh, my parents used to have a lot of them, but I never got to actually watch any. Yeah, unfortunately, I grew up too late to use any of that. By the time I was able to use any of the technology in our house, we already had a DVD player. Meals were for eating food while thanking the person for making it, meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight, no sign of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Could he have anticipated my coming and be hiding, waiting for me? That'd be interesting. If he remembers that Keiichi killed him and is now completely on edge. What's up with that emote? You're like you're like 3 years older than me or something. The tension I felt was so thick, so tight that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, then very carefully took a look around. Where had those peaceful feelings from before I arrived here gone? Now it's very real. You're now inside the house. There's no way to stop what's about to happen. Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. Okay. I don't like when they suddenly play this music. And then I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, went down the hallway and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out of a second-story window. It was highly possible that room was his own and that he slept here. I watched a ton of VHS growing up. Yeah, I mean, you both are the same age, so yeah, you guys old. They're both gone. The Tepe and Satoko flee. This is what I thought. That he might not actually be alive. From the way that she phrased it, it didn't sound like he was actually alive. It sounded like he will never be gone from her life because of the traumatic experiences she has had. Either that, he wasn't actually back here, and she just is so traumatized that she is now maybe hurting herself because it's so ingrained in her that that is what she deserves and she is expecting it, which would be very, very brutal. Or he isn't here at the moment. Either way, things are very weird. Transition happened right between those times, probably. I think I watched them when I was younger, but it's so fuzzy. I mostly remember DVDs, but then again, my memory is, dog shit. I tiptoed up the edges of the stairs, quietly climbing without making a sound. I couldn't hear any kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside, but I still couldn't find anyone. To search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. I could hear the television in the dining room and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. Yeah, this is weird. Stuff is on and things are boiling, quite literally, but no one is here. I remember my dad telling me the first DVD he ever bought was Space Jam in the year I was born. I hope you watched it. Oh, evacuated? Like, because they deem Keiichi to be a threat? Maybe. Okay, but before I have to stop in the middle of the very, very interesting parts, let's take a quick break right now so I can refill my water. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? There you go. Okay, I'm gonna quickly fill up my water, and if you need to take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, feel free to do that right meow, and I will also be right back. Okay, I am back. There's also fish. I think I should be able. Yeah. Okay. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on, but it was normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back into the dining room. Thank you! Welcome back to you too! I looked at the food scattered about. Completely dried up rice, an overturned bowl of miso soup. Oh. The package for a side dish bought at the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Rena's gentleness, but it was sincere. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house and from the type and amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The numbers stamped into the food package read 830620? Oh, sorry. The date, 20th of June 1983. I was like, what is that? Yeah. That was yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant that this was last night's dinner and Satoko's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and a curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? I mean, you didn't really? Did he bump into something? What? I heard the sound again, the one from before, like a water boiler. What was it coming from? The first floor? But where? The bathroom, maybe? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. What is a changing room? Like an entranceway? I can't really imagine what that is supposed to be. It had to have been the sound of the water boiler for the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, then it would mean that in this house time had been stopped ever since some moment last night. Yeah, usually, I think Japanese people usually take baths at the end of every day. So this is rather unusual. Did they disappear last night? Whistle, whistle, whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked in a clothing basket and saw Satoko's familiar uniform stuffed in it. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it. Certainly not something she could wear today. It was possibly from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then an electrical surge ran through my mind, and a terrible premonition came over me. Could she... Wait, in the hot bath? She couldn't possibly have been in there since last night. That would be impossible. But no, in Hinamizawa right now, nothing was impossible. You didn't realize? I mean, I thought she was just gone. I thought she might have been demoned away or something like that. I didn't think she could still be here. I thought they just up and vanished, you know? Ah! I gulped audibly, then quietly pulled aside the glass door. No! Hot steaming air burst out of the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it went completely white with the steam. No! Stuff about steam was mentioned, I thought about it. No! I don't like that thought. I didn't think about it because... Oh my... They are drilling! Right now! Why now? I'm sorry, that must be awfully loud. It is crazy loud. That is insanely loud for me too. That jump scared me. I thought that was a massive fart, if only. I'm so sorry. I hope they don't drill again. I hope that was it for today. That was insanely loud. Just as the hot vapor poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath. And I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. No! That was all I needed to know who it was.
Satoko!
No answer. But she's alive! Tatako was in the bathtub, surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub, and she was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Holy shit! Why? What a piece of shit! Satoko's entire body was boiled red and flaccid as though her bones had melted away. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. I wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. No! This is horrible! Did Teppei do this or did she did it? This is insane! What am I reading? The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die, she'll die. Satoko's body was lighter than I'd expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back into the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be alright, Satoko. It's me, Keiichi. Do you understand? Can you hear me? Oh my god. I'm so glad we came here. She would literally be dead. Satoko recognized me and muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. We have to get her to the hospital, like right now. This was dangerous. Didn't they call this a heat stroke? Think, what would the teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of summer during a marathon in gym class or something? I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. I then took the cold towel and pressed it to Satoko's forehead. Satoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. Yeah, you don't want to shock her with too cold temperatures either. You have to have it like slightly colder. Oh no. For burns, right. You would soak the burned spot under running water. Then could I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No. Not super cold water. Just like lukewarm water will probably do the trick. Yeah, you can't go from one extreme to another. That will actually be insanely dangerous. No, if it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart as she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. Okay, he knows. This was about as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Satoko? You're all right now. I will. Your Nini will save you for sure. 5,039? 5,040. Was she? Yeah, she probably had to count to a specific number or something? Oh, I don't want to think about this. What was Satoko reciting under her breath? I brought my ear to her mouth to make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying. And at that moment, I understood what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Wait, do they? We don't take a lot of baths here in Germany, I would argue, so I don't know. To, like, have a proper soak, I guess? Satoko was counting like that. But 5,039?
バカ野郎
You moron!
お前の家の風呂はいくつ数える決まりになってんだよ
How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub? No way. You're fucking 10,000? I dotted my ears and dotted her common sense. 10,000?
ふざけるなバカ野郎
You're a freaking idiot!
1万なんて数えられるバカがどこにいるんだよ
What kind of dumbass can count to 10,000?
数えられるわけねえだろ
There's no way you could do that.
その前に湯だって死んじまうに決まってんだろ
You'd boil to death before you got that far.
どうしてこんなことに
Why were you...
バカ
I didn't think this could get any worse. I thought we saw the worst of what was going to happen to her after we saw her meltdown in the classroom. But this is way worse. Teppei did that and then bolted. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't even have words for this right now. My uncle... Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at the dinner she'd made, saying it stunk and was inedible. Tatoko didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different than what she usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Satoko and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. Isn't this like oddly similar to the tip that we read about the smelling and the baths and everything? Was that a little hint towards what was going to happen? I never could have imagined this. Her uncle then decided the sink was originating from Satoko and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. And then he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted 2. Wow. Oh my goodness. Someone pay that voice actor. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was the... Oh my god. That was the most intense scream I have ever heard in my entire life. Oh my goodness. Wow. That actually had me stressed out for a second. Oh my, that was... Yeah. Top tier voice acting. Oh my goodness. Oh. Deep cuts in the legs, and we for sure know there's abuse. I mean, this is pretty obviously abuse. I think this should be completely enough if we show them this. I hope he got tea afterwards. Yeah. Can you imagine if that required multiple takes? I hope he nailed this first try, man. Because, oh my god, that was the most powerful scream I've ever heard. Can we actually listen to that again? Oh my god, we can. That's insane. It goes on for so long, too. Oh my goodness. You'll shoot your voice like that. I mean, they do training for this sort of thing, so I guess he probably, warmed up his throat nicely, did some practice before that. So I guess he's used to it. I mean, you know how often he shouts in this game, so I guess he's used to it, but still, this is quite impressive. I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper-wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything, traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeats. With a war cry, I raced up the stairs with such force I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought to be her uncle's, and, well aware that he wasn't sleeping in it, bashed it with the hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll burst the entire closet down, door and all. And if he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. Any switchers or levers in the walls here? I smashed into the wall after wall, wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose into the air and broken pieces scattered about the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too for good measure. Oh my god. This is... Oh, this is such an intense scene. There's a limit, I think. Something like that is done when all the lines are red and that's the last thing. Yeah, probably, because you need a break after this. Round 2. Poor Satoko having to hear this. Poor Satoko having to live through this. Poor Keiichi having to go through all of this. And still not being able to help her. Seeing her having to suffer through all of this. Not being able to do a single thing because nothing works out the way you want it to. Is absolutely crazy. This is the most painful scene in this game so far. After I destroyed everything beyond recognition in her uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I'd have to leave killing him until later. I mean, he must have known that Satoko would not survive that in the bath, right? So he probably bolted. He's never coming back, is he? Right now, I have to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more an amateur like me could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Coach had treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never wanted to see his damn face again, but I still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform lying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it would be pretty difficult. Yeah, you think it's easy to dress someone? It's not that easy. Especially since she is burnt all over. She's gonna be in a lot of pain if we just touch her. Custom fish of the game? Maybe. I'll have to think about it. This is the uncle that should have died. He attempted a murder of Sadako and fled knowing that Keiichi is on a warpath. If this is the same guy, if he does remember Keiichi trying to kill him, then yeah. Would also explain why he's going absolutely batshit crazy on the abuse too. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in the bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It would be way faster to carry her there than to call 119 and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could find over her and prompted her to stand. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic. Thank you. Her words sounded clearer than before. That's a good sign. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief just knowing she'd improved even a little bit. Satoko turned over so she was lying on her face, and then put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall
バ
off.
スタオル痛い
The towel, it hurts.
すぐ着くからしばらくの
Ah!
間だけ我慢してろ。
I don't want to read this. This is so painful to even. We'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. The one time I regret having voice acting, it hurts even more with it. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light, too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. She probably hasn't been eating very well. Outside, it had gotten hotter, as though eager to attack Satoko. Oh, how far is the clinic, too? We can't carry her in the middle of summer on a hot summer day. Fucking cicadas. Why did it have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot. Oh my god. I did not expect to get something like this right off the bat today. She's been getting starved ever since Teppei got back. Yeah, definitely. She has not been eating enough food. So, on top of being malnourished, the heat and everything, I'm surprised she even made it through the entire night. The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulties before, was now torturous. Big beads of sweat formed on my brow, and at some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go, at least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. I mean, you could hide it somewhere and come back for it. A signboard for the Irie clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights were flashing at the clinic. Oh yeah, they're probably investigating Takano's disappearance. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something bad had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I'd planned to leave Satoko in the clinic waiting room and give the receptionist a message. But with that police officer Oishi here, I couldn't go inside so carelessly. We can't just not bring her inside. She needs help.
なんですの
What's going on?
パトカーがいっぱいいますですわよ
Oh, why did we get a sprite for this? Why? Out of all the sprites! Oh, but I am curious. Okay, I'm not removing the menu. What's going on? Why are there so many police cars? I gently put Satoko down in the shade of the thicket.
わからない。
I don't know.
様子を見てくるからしばらくここにいろ。
I'll go see what happens, so you stay here for a moment.
レディをバスタオル1枚でこんなとこに置いてくなんてなってませんわね
Leaving a lady in a place like this wearing nothing but a bath towel, simply unforgivable.
それだけ悪態がつけりゃ大丈夫だ。
If you can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. She doesn't look fine, and I do not feel good about leaving her outside in the heat. I'll be back, I added, getting on my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officers grouped at the clinic's entrance. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make the tea yesterday.
じゃあつまり最初に見つけたのは朝当番のあなただったと。
So you were the first one to find it since you were on morning
それ
duty.
で
So then,
どんな感じだったんです？
what did it look like? Okay. This makes me feel like it's a different body. Did someone else die? What does he think he'll be able to get back to her? I have no idea. I feel like if he can't go inside with her, she should just try to go inside on her own, because staying out in the heat is not gonna be healthy for her. So you were the first one to find it since you were on morning duty. So then what did it look
事
like?
務室の所長席のソファーに座って居眠りをしているように見えました。
He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap.
で机の上に水差しと空き瓶になった睡眠薬があったんで、あなたはすぐに睡眠薬で自殺したんだと考えたと。
Huh. This is about Oishi? I feel like it might be about Irie? Since it's the doctor talking about someone being at their desk, sleep medication on his desk. Is Irie dead? There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk, so you immediately thought that he tried to commit suicide with it.
それで
What else?
高熱と瞳孔の拡大に重度の意識障害も見られました。
His high temperature and dilated pupils indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness.
睡眠薬中毒の典型的な重症例だと思いましたので、直ちに対応に入りました。
It seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him.
警察も救急も呼ばずに
Without calling the police or an ambulance?
ここは病院で私は医師ですよ。
What kind of question is that? This is a hospital. What do you mean? What ambulance? Who's gonna come? This is a hospital and I'm a doctor.
生命が危険な状態にあるなら、直ちに治療して当然です。
Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once.
ああまあいいからいいから。あそれで
What a strange question to ask. Yes, I understand. Okay, what else?
呼吸が不正常だったので、人工呼吸を施しました。
His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator.
合わせて呼吸刺激薬を投与。
I also administered breathing stimulants.
効果が出なかったので、人工呼吸器の準備をし、
It had no effect, so I prepared a medical ventilator and...
ああはいはい。
right.
それでつまりいろいろ頑張ったけど結局ダメだったと。
He doesn't even let him finish. So, in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough.
そういうわけですよね。
That's it, right? These police officers are horrible
通
people.
報は死んでから直ちに
You reported this as soon as he died?
はい、
Yes.
救うことができず、とても残念です。
It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him. Just then, a radio in one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken mechanical
こ
voice.
ちら本部、こちら本部。
This is HQ. This is
小
HQ.
宮山さん、聞こえますか？どうぞ。
Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over.
もしもし
Hello.
小宮山です。
This is Komiyama.
ああお疲れ様です。
We've come up with something.
睡眠薬での自殺みたいですね。
It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping
遺書の
pills.
類はなし。
No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic. But who? I mean, there is only one person that would be relevant to have committed suicide to us in this current situation. I wish Takano-san dead and she died the next day. Oh my god, did the curse actually go through? And yesterday I wished Coach was dead. Then, could he have...
普段から睡眠薬を常用していたとかは。
Did he use sleeping medication regularly?
あまり知りません。
I don't really know.
日頃疲れたとか死にたいとかそんなこと言ってました？
Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die?
入江先生は普段からああいう性格でしたから。
Yep. He is dead. I feel like more and more, I feel like Rena and Mion were not trying to kill Keiichi, but more so that they were trying to help him. I feel like my theory about them not wanting him to talk about the curse. Oh my god, you think he might actually be possessed by Oyashiro-sama? And that's why people around him with like the demons and everything are helping him out with his curses? Because he's cursing people and they're dying, so who do we know that curses people? Oyashiro? I like how Keiichi still calls Irie coach. I mean, yeah. Even though he should really be calling him Irie sensei. Did he call him coach at the clinic when he was there too? I don't even remember. I think he did. I think he also asked him to call him coach. Now, possibly knew about the power that Keiichi had that moment. I don't know. They were pretty hostile otherwise. They were scary. But that's only because they had, you know, the demon eyes and everything. It sounded to me like they were trying to cover up the fact that he had this power to begin with, as if he didn't know to shut up about it. I guess we'll see. That's my theory for now, that they might be helping him out. Not sure. Well, Irie sensei was normally so, well, himself.
とてもそんな風には。
He never acted like that. So, I was right. Irie sensei. They were talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die. That was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oishi? What happened to him? If people really died because I wanted them to, then something should have happened to him too.
そちらに応援が向かいました。
I've sent you backup.
課長からそちらは応援に任せて大石社の捜
Oh my
索に戻るとのことです。
No way, he's missing! No, he's actually missing! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no 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 no! What are we doing? Keiichi is already planning to use his powers on a third person. He did! He did! This is now the third person that he might have killed. Maybe he was informed somehow about Satoko's supposed fate, otherwise I don't see a normal reason as to why he would be dead. You mean Irie? I think it's just, especially with the drugs and everything, I feel very suspicious towards this. Because I feel like drugs have been present in almost every arc now, and with the mention of Rika having drugs last chapter, or access to drugs, I feel a little suspicious every time we have something like this. How about Oishi? Can we get that to happen? Yo, Oyashiro-sama, old friend. How about you get that Oishi out of my life? Can you wish the uncle death multiple times at this point? Not after he was able to curse Takano. I feel like ever since the day he supposedly killed Teppei, he has heard these footsteps, and I think that's when he started to be able to curse people, because Takano-san died right after. If he really is able to curse people. It is hard for things to get worse, yeah. I mean, it would be worse if her uncle was still alive and well and, you know, just returns to their home as if nothing happened. That would be worse. I've sent you back up. The chief wants you to leave the rest to them and get back to searching for Oishi's car.
了解しました。
Yes, sir.
じゃあすいません。
Please excuse me then.
こっちに今応援が来てるそうですから、現場はこのままにしておいてください。
It looks like we're getting relieved here, so please leave everything as it is right now.
おい、行くぞ。
Alright, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did they just say, searching for Oishi's car? Searching for his car? That meant he had gone missing? Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi. He doesn't even refer to Oishi as Oishi-san or anything like that. It's just Oishi. Keiichi should just get Satoko to safety. That should be top priority. When I wished for it, the very next day, they disappeared. No matter how angry you were when you said you wished someone was dead, it didn't normally happen. Everyone knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. Oh, at the time, I hadn't even been walking, and yet, tap, I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap, they came from behind. And they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder. Oh my god!
何事
Oh,
なんですの？
they just jump scared me with a little girl. Oh my god. Oh, I did not expect to be jump scared in a fucking VN. This is insane. I feel like this happened before. This isn't the first time they have done this. Would you mind telling me what's going on?
サトコか。
He's also scared out of his mind. He's like, oh my god. The tension of early Higurashi is elite. Really. It really is. Oh, this was well done. It actually had me for a second there. I did not expect her to pop up for some reason, even though I knew she was here, obviously. Saying something like that can be immensely awful. You mean the cursing people? Sadako has been jump scaring with traps this whole time. Fair, yeah. Technically, she's been jump scaring people walking into the classroom. Satoko,
脅かすなよ。
don't scare me like that.
驚いたのはこっちでしてよ。
I'm the scared one
い
here.
きなり大声を出さないでくださいまし。
I preferred if you didn't shout so suddenly. It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable, unfocused, but she seemed able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state.
具合はどうなんだ？
How do you feel?
もう大丈夫なのか？
Are you better?
まだ頭が痛いですけど、
My head still
い
hurts,
つまでもこんな格好で表にいられませんもの。
but I can't stay outside looking like this forever. She gave a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky, and also her skin is still burnt.
それより、これは一体何事なんですの？
Anyway, what on earth is going on?
今、警察が話してるのを聞いてた限りじゃ。
From what I just heard the police talking about,
監督が自殺したらしい。
Coach apparently committed suicide. Totoko was at a loss for words. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears.
ケイチさん、それ、
Keiichi-san, that...
本当ですの？
is that true?
何かの聞き間違いじゃないんですの？
I didn't mishear you?
確かにそう聞いたよ。
Oh man, this is not good. This is only tormenting her more. She got along fine with him. He didn't deserve to die for what he did. He was a little messed up, but that's a bit much for him. He did definitely not deserve to die. What about the weather, am I right? Oh yeah, don't mind me, just cursing people left and right. That's what I
入
heard.
江先生が睡眠薬で自殺したって。
They said Irie-sensei killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out in tears.
嘘。嘘ですわ。
It can't be.
監督が自殺なんて、そんなの絶対に。
Coach, he would never ever kill himself. As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday, that he'd betrayed me, that I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who to me deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. I mean, I don't think he deserved to die, but you do you. Like Satoko here. In my selfish, egoistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. And now Satoko was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Satoko's sake. I decided I wanted Satoko to be happy. But was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. Well, I think killing her uncle is probably the best person to kill. I think she'd get over that relatively quickly. In Satoko's uncle's case, of course, nobody would be sad, so I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. Yeah, it's the only exception. No one cares about that guy. But Coach's death was different. I wanted to make Satoko happy. That had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my... I mean, either that's a messed up coincidence or, well, it really was because of us. Satoko still hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up.
すまない。
Thank you for stopping by, Toonie. Have fun. Boy, boy. I'm sorry. The only thing I could think of to say to her was an apology.
どうして謝りますの？
Why are you apologizing?
俺、
well...
昨日、監督と、喧嘩して。
Don't tell her this now. Please don't tell her that you cursed him to death and that you think that that's why he might be dead. Don't do this to her right now. Well, yesterday I got into a fight with Coach.
お前なんか、死んじまえって。
And I thought
呪ったんだ。
that I wanted him to die.
呪ったから、本当に死んじゃって。
I wanted it, so he really... Oh my god. This guy, can he stop confessing to everything happening right now? Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as she interpreted my words in her own way.
圭一さんのせいではありませんわ。
It isn't your fault, Keiichi-san.
監督も大人ですもの。
Coach was an adult
自
too.
分の命を捨てるに値する都合があって悩んだ末に選んだんですもの。
He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering.
誰のせいでもありませんわ。
It's not anyone's fault. Why do we have to have her comfort us? We need to get her inside. She smiled a little, trying to comfort me. Comfort
いつまでも
comfort
この
me.
ままでいたくありませんわ。
I do not want to be like this forever.
服が欲しい。
I want some clothes.
いいのかよ。
Are you okay?
診療所に行って見てもらった方が。
Shouldn't you get someone at the clinic
服
too?
を着てから見てもらっても別に死にはしませんわ。
I won't die from putting on clothes before going. I mean, they probably have some patient garments in the hospital, right? Something that she can put on. Totoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it didn't look like she'd recovered as much as she let on. At first, Satoko tried to go back home, but it was the time of the morning when people were going to school and to work. So after seeing people walking around, she thought better off it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only the towel.
リカの家に行きますわよ。
I'm going to Rika's house.
私の服あるはずですから。
My clothes should be there.
どうしたんですの？
What's wrong?
圭一さん。
Keiichi-san. Satoko noticed how I was hanging my head and spoke to me.
監督はああ見えても大人ですのよ。
Despite how he might have come off, Coach was an adult, alright?
圭一さんと喧嘩したくらいで自殺するような人ではありませんわ。
He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Keiichi-san.
自分を責めるのをおやしなさいませ。
Please stop blaming yourself. Right at the hospital? Yeah, just go inside. I mean, they have to examine your whole body anyway. What is putting on clothes gonna do for you? You're just gonna have to take them off when you get there anyway. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There was no such thing as impossible in this world.
この数日おかしいんだ。
These past few days haven't made any sense.
何がですの？
What hasn't? Satoko seemed to have trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say.
おとといの綿流しのお祭り、お前は途中で帰ったから行かなかったんだよな。
At the Watanagashi festival the day before last, you went home on the way there, right?
そして俺は祭りに行ってみんなと遊んだ。
And I went there and had a lot of fun,
らしいですわね。
so it would seem.
あの時は取り乱して申し訳ありませんでしたわ
Are
ね。
we also gonna confess the murder to Satoko now as well? Not a good idea, by the way. Keiichi should come with her at this point, though. Why does she need clothes? This really is impractical. He should just bring her to the hospital and go to Rika to pick up some clothes and just bring them to her? That makes the most sense to me right now. So it would seem. I do apologize for getting so upset with you about it. Satoko remembered how she blew up at me in the classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little.
実は俺祭りに行っていないって言ったら信じるか？
If I said I didn't actually go to the festival at all, would you believe me? Satoko looked at me, confused. She couldn't help it, of course.
信じられるわけありませんわ。
Of course I wouldn't believe you.
何を今さら。
What are you on about?
信じられないだろ。
You wouldn't, right?
信じられないのは
I don't believe it
俺も
either.
同じなんだ。だって俺は祭りに行っていないのに俺が祭りに現れてみんなと遊んだって言うんだ。
I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with them there.
こんなの信じられるわけないだろ。
Nobody would believe it, right?
それ本気ですの？
Are you being serious?
あ
Yeah.
あ、あの綿流しの夜からおかしいんだ。
Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, everything's been messed up.
いつの間にか変な足音がペタペタとついてくるようになって。
These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression.
足音がペタペタ。
Footsteps? Following you?
そうなんだ。
Yeah.
最初は気のせいだと思ってたけどずっとついてくるんだ。
Oh, okay. What if this also happened to Satoshi? Maybe this really isn't Satoshi following us around as we thought it was. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me.
多分今もついてきてる。
They're probably still there.
さとこの足音と混じってよく聞き分けられないけれど
I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Satoko took a long and hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I was unable to endure the feeling that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless.
綿流しの日
On the day of Watanagashi.
俺は祭りに行かず
No, don't tell
あ
her!
ることをしていたんだ。
I didn't go. I was doing something
ずっ
else.
とだぞ。
The whole time.
眠ったり意識がなくなったりしたことはなかった。
I wasn't sleeping, or unconscious, or anything.
だから寝ぼけ気分でフラフラと記憶になく祭りに出かけたなんてことはありえない。
So it's not possible that I walked to the festival half asleep and forgot about it afterwards.
それはおかしいですわね。
That is quite strange.
ならどうやってお祭りで遊んだんですの？
Then how were you at the festival?
だから
That's what I mean.
俺は祭りには行ってないんだよ。
I didn't go to the festival. No! I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, that'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head.
ごめん。
Sorry.
みんなが信じてくれないんで、つい。
Well, nobody believes me, so yeah.
圭一さんがそう言うなら信じてあげますわ。
If that is what you say, Keiichi-san, then I will believe you.
それで
Then what?
あの夜、高野さんに会ったんだ。
Oh no, we're gonna confess to everything that has happened so far. I mean, she seems to be okay with it compared to Irie, but still, I don't know if we should just tell people about what we've been doing on the night of the Watanagashi festival. I don't think it's a very wise idea. That night, I saw Takano-san.
それで、見下されたと思って。
And it felt like she was looking down on me.
俺は心の中で念じたんだ。
So I made a wish.
お前なんか死んじまえって。
I wished that she would die.
高野さんってどことなくそういう雰囲気がございますものね。
Takano-san does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she?
その気持ちわからなくもありませんでしたよ。
I cannot say that I don't understand how you feel, but wishing someone death because they seem like they're talking down on you? I don't know, man. That's a little extreme. Keiichi should have put her health over this paranoia, but he doesn't. He's gonna regret this. I really hope she doesn't just pass out and die here on the spot, because it is hot as hell outside. Her body temperature probably is still higher than it should be, and she really should get those burns on her skin checked out.
高野さんが死んだの知ってるか？
Did you know that Takano-san
昨
died?
日の話だ。
It happened yesterday.
どこかで焼け死んだらしい。
Apparently, she was burned alive somewhere.
それ
Well, we don't know
本
that.
当ですの？
We only know that she burnt, but not that she was burned alive. Is that true?
死んだんですの？
She died?
俺が死ねと願うと、次の日には死んでるんだ。
I wished for her to die, and the next day, she was dead.
それから警察の大石ってやつも
And Oishi from the police
知
too.
ってるか？
Do you know him?
あのムカつく太った
That
刑事みたいな
annoying
やつ。
and fat detective guy. Satoko nodded a little.
さっき警察が話してるのを聞いたんだが、どうもあいつ行方不明になってるらしい。
I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing.
実は昨日あいつにも死んじまえって念じてたんだ。
She's like, damn, you wish a lot of people death over seemingly small things, man. I know this is a serious chapter, but it was a bit funny seeing Keiichi shouting and then trying to restrain himself. I mean, at least he knows when to, you know, dial it back a tiny bit at least, you know? Keep the hatred for everyone at bay a little bit. Knowing that Rika has needles ready at the moment, I don't know about going to her place. Ooh, you think she would actually use them against us? I don't know what he's trying to achieve. I have no idea. Maybe just trying to feel better? I mean, he feels guilty for killing people, so I guess he wants to get it off his chest, confess, and feel better about himself? Like he isn't the one going crazy? Christmas miracle. It's a miracle! Merry Christmas, Hinamizawa.
それ本当の話ですの？
Is all this true?
嘘じゃない。
I'm not lying.
俺だって信じたくないけど、本当の話なんだ。
I don't want to believe it either, but it's true.
高野さんも監督も大石も、俺が死ねと念じたら、本当に死んでしまったんだ。
Coach and Oishi, I wanted them dead, and they really did die. For a while, Satoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued. She can't believe this. She's like, okay, should I laugh because this is so stupid or because I'm scared?
それは怖い話ですわね。
Oh, what a scary
圭
story.
一さんにせめて嫌われないように気をつけませんと。
I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Keiichi-san.
それだけじゃない。
And that's not
も
all.
っと おかしいこともあるんだ。
Oh, don't tell her. There's something even stranger.
それはお前のおじなんだ。
It's about your uncle. Don't do it! I don't know what you're trying to achieve, buddy. Probably both, yeah. This is gonna be the cherry on top.
おじさまの話はやめてくださいましな。
I would rather you not talk about my uncle.
昨日いたんだろ。
He was there yesterday,
お
right?
前の家に。
At your house.
あの人の話はやめてくださいます。
Can we please stop talking about him?
嫌なんですの。
I don't want to.
ありえないんだ。
It's impossible.
あいつがいるわけがないんだ。
He couldn't have been there.
やめてって言ってますのよ。
I said stop talking about him.
いや、
No. No.
あの男が綿流しの夜以降いるわけがないんだ。
That man couldn't have been there after the night of Watanagashi.
だって
Because I... No.
あの男のことはもう嫌なんですの。
No more, please. No more about that man.
俺が殺したんだ。
I killed him
この手で。
with my own hands. I didn't expect him to scream it, but here we go. I know this goes without saying, but Keiichi has no tact. He doesn't even respect her wish to not talk about her uncle. He is, yeah, special kind of guy. He's gonna make her emotionally unstable at the worst possible moment. This is so stupid of him. He is only thinking about himself right now. He keeps saying that he's doing all of this for Satoko, but at this exact moment, he is being so selfish, trying to unburden himself by confessing to everything he's done to people that want nothing to do with this. Compassing nearby. Listen, they didn't find the body. They didn't find the body. It's fine. And the body is nowhere to be found. Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief.
俺が綿流しの祭りの夜にお前のおじを殺したんだ。
On the night of Tatarigoroshi festival, I killed your uncle.
だからお前の家に帰ってくるなんてことはありえないんだ。
So, it's impossible that he could have gone back home. But still, he went back. And last night he found fault with the dinner you made him, yelled all sorts of things at you, and then basically boiled you in the bathtub. That couldn't possibly have happened.
だから俺はあの男を確かに殺したという証拠を確かめるために埋め出したよ。昨日掘り返したんだ。
So I wanted to make sure I'd actually killed him. So yesterday I went to dig up the corpse I buried.
だがそこには死体はなかった。
But the body wasn't there.
こんなことがあり得ると思うか。
Is that even possible?
確かに殺したのに死体がないんだ。
I killed him for sure, but there was no body.
そして何事もなかったかのように帰宅してお前の前に。
And he went home like nothing happened, home to you, and
こんなことがあっていいはずないだろう。
that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her.
お前も
You probably
俺のこと頭が変になったって思ってるんだろうな。
think I've gone a little crazy, don't you?
無理もないさ。
I don't blame you.
俺だって信じられない。
I can't believe it myself.
ケイイチさんはきっと偶然呪った人が死んでしまったんで混乱してるだけに違いありませんわ。
Only a tiny bit, Keiichi. You might be a little deranged, you know? Just a slight bit. Keiichi-san, I think you're very confused after all the people you wish were dead coincidentally
監
died.
督の自殺にショックを受けて気が動転してるだけなんですのよ。
You're just in shock at Coach's suicide and you're really upset.
今日はもう学校を休んでお家で休んだ方がよろしいと思いますわ。
I think you should stay home from school today and rest.
私はもう平気ですから、どうか ご自分の体を大事になさいまし。
I'll be fine, so please take care of yourself. Now she has to take care of herself all on her own because we're we're actually scaring her. Satoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore.
サトコをち
I
ゃんと
wonder
診療
why.
所まで見送ったら俺も帰る。
Once I show you to the clinic, I'll go home.
サトコだってまだ足元がフラフラじゃないか。
Your legs are still shaking, aren't they?
途中で倒れたら大変だぞ。
It would be terrible if you collapse halfway there.
私はもう本当に大丈夫なんですのよ。
And now because of all of this, she won't let us go with her, which just means something horrible is going to happen to her. Really, I'm fine now.
男の人にいつまでもこんな姿を晒していたくないんですのよ。
I do not want to keep exposing myself to a man any more than this. She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. But then Satoko promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. Don't wish death on her now because she jumped away from you, please. When she got on top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. Well, it was more like she didn't want anything to do with me. It really was a feeling of rejection. That hurt my heart more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichi Maebara. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. I mean, if her being happy ends in her ignoring him and her rejecting everything that has to do with him, then I guess that's fair. Rika-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went past it, a little further through the shrine grounds, you'd apparently reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went. Did she want to get there as soon as possible, or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell. And then I heard the vigorous sound of wings flapping. I turned around and saw a crow. Hey, that's kind of ominous. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they'd flock to trash collection points, peck through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. Okay. And I thought how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. Okay. The cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Why does Yukishi keep doing a 180 on us? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. What is in those trash bags? It's impressive how Keiichi right at the finish line knows to do a 180 and make his case that much more worse. Yeah, he is insane. But we knew that coming into this, but still, it is always shocking to see how much he can mess up situations. Thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. Crows, not crows. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this even by mistake. This is not, Rika. No! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Why? What? In the fuck? happened? Excuse me? That emoji just sent space. That is exactly my pose right now. I literally have both my hands at my head right now. What is happening? What is happening? What? I'm in shock. I am in shock. I'm trying to process this right now. Why is she dead? Oh my god. Don't tell me that Hikari is also in danger, or worse. I think we have reached that. Oh. This is out of left field. Oh yeah. Yeah, and ads in 5. Let's take a quick ad break. I feel like we deserve it after this specific image. Okay, I'm in shock. Let's take a quick break. Rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, get this image out of your head so you can come back to it in a calm manner, hopefully. I'll also be right back in 3 minutes. Let's take a break to de-traumatize. Let's all calm down. Okay. Hi, I am back, and I am. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say. I don't think I was able to de-traumatize in those 3 minutes because what the hell is happening? As we saw her, she was consoling Sadako. Yeah, this was murder for sure. Yeah, I don't see her doing this to herself. Hmm. Okay, I was trying to figure this out for the last 3 minutes, and I have absolutely no clue. I think I remember something like this vaguely happening, especially with the crows and everything in the anime, but I completely forgot about this up until seeing her laying like this with the feathers and everything. Um, I have no idea what this links back to. I remember this being a scene now that I see her like this, but I don't know why. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why. Or who, or when, or what. Did Teppei do this? I don't think he would be able to. Why would he do this, though? I mean, sure, he could, but why would he, you know? Okay. Out of spite? Yeah. I don't see him doing this. He could have directly killed Satoko too, but he chose to basically do it in an indirect way. So, I feel like she... Okay, let's just see what he says about her body. Because maybe there's like external signs as to how she died, and maybe we can see what would be a likely candidate for this. You wouldn't have managed to do all of this because of the time frame. Teppei isn't the cause of this. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. Okay. Well, there's a couple of things to note. First off, she has blood coming out of her eyes. Second of all, does she have makeup on? Am I seeing this correctly? It looks like she has a little bit of lipstick on and her lashes done as if, you know, she got ready for the Shrine Maiden thing? Why are you wearing makeup? As if the time she died was after her performance for the festival, you know what I mean? Rika's gonna be okay, right? She looks pretty dead to me, I don't know. I know she still has some light in her eyes, and usually that's an indication for them to be, like, slightly alive at least, but she doesn't look very alive right now. What is going on here? Unless it's an art style thing, I can't tell. I can't tell either. We don't get many illustrations of the characters like this, so it could be that this is just how she usually looks. I don't know, but this is like... it looks to me like she has makeup on. So I will interpret it as she has makeup on. She was alive after the festival. We saw her. Okay, but we have seen dead people look completely fine and interact with us after they had already, you know, died, obviously. So it's not unthinkable that the Rika we were interacting with was in fact already dead. Keeping that in mind, she could have literally died after her performance at the festival, which would explain the makeup. Are there other illustrations, like in the other versions? I don't think we can switch illustrations. I think the original just has none. Yeah, nothing changes. It's just nothing. This is the only illustration that we get, unfortunately. So yeah, for me, this looks like she might have died. She looks so put together, that's what I mean. Almost like a doll, you know what I mean? So it would make sense if this is what she looked like the day of the festival. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped from my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Satoko came over as well, realizing something had happened. And she looked over my shoulder, then she screamed as well. This wasn't... The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Oh, enough of this roundabout way of saying it. That's right. Yes. Yes! It was... Rika-chan. Our friend. Oh, some of that noise, I don't like it. Tatako's best friend. Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but so cute you could hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan, she was... Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled. Ooh. No. Her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky. And,
Rika! Rika! Rika!
oh my god, what is happening? Tatako broke down crying on the spot. And yet, she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage bag and they dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over? That is a metaphor, right? So they picked open her body and basically dug out Okay, that's morbid. That is very morbid. So what I'm thinking right now is this isn't something that they usually just do. They do this after a body has already decomposed enough. I guess in the heat, decomposition could be accelerated, but not to this extent. Which I feel like plays into my theory of her being or having died a while ago. I mean, people don't stare like that unless they're crazy. Crazy. All of it. All of this is crazy. Yeah, they mutilated her body, unfortunately. Music is fading. Yeah, it is. I got used to it now. I'm sorry. I wanted to get through it quickly, but no, I got used to it. You mentioned fresh blood. We haven't gotten a mention of her smelling in the class. I mean, when we saw her in class, that was one day after she had died, maybe? So I guess after one day, maybe you wouldn't smell as much? We only saw her for a very brief moment too. And we haven't seen her since. She could have been laying here since the last time we saw her. Which could explain why she started smelling more and more as her body decomposed more and more. But she could have also been alive at that time. And I guess she also wasn't visibly wearing makeup in class, so unless they put it on her afterwards, I guess we'll see. No, crows, they couldn't do this. Okay, that is... No, stop it! That is not what I want to hear! I did not need to hear that, voice actor. On the spot, I started vomiting. The sour taste became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Rika-chan, she her stomach was cut wide open, vertically, completely open. Yeah, this is not something that crows do. Okay. This is clearly something that was done with like a ritual tool. Ichi that went to the festival was near the storehouse and got scolded, right? She was also the first person that we met up with. Oh my god, don't tell me we killed her. I thought you were making those gagging noises. What the hell? Yeah, this was clearly murder. Oh, why do you have to be here this moment? I am so sorry you have to see this. She cannot catch a break this chapter. Oh my god. Crows couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach, her organs, her bowels were dragged out like children's toys left all over the floor. Okay, so this method of killing is definitely similar to the ritual killings that were described in the last arc. We have heard of these. This is what Mion's family has been doing for years. Not just her family, probably. Everyone is kind of involved in this, but she was the one who described this to us as they inherit the demon that does, you know, the deed. I'm giving up on making sense of this right now. Unfortunately, I feel like this is leading back to Mion, and I'm not sure I like that idea. Or, you know, everyone is kind of involved in this. Did Mion do this, or Rena when Keiichi was away? Maybe? Why would they do that, though? There must be a reason for this. That unbelievable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision, a pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. That's exactly what it is. Hello, Becha. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I feel like you joined in the worst possible moments. We're in a very gruesome crime scene right now. Someone, somewhere, had killed Rika-chan, brought her here, laid her here with her limbs sprawled out, and then cut open her stomach. Okay, limbs sprawled out. Also similar to the torturing table that we saw in Mion's basement. Since you get tied up on there with your limbs spread apart, and especially your fingers also being spread apart, they probably have multiple tables where you can tie people down on and do this sort of thing. Doing fine, hope you too. Yes, I'm doing relatively good. And then cut open her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Red and pink viscera were sticking out of her gut. And her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped around inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints. And those footprints, there were several still left on Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I don't like the fact that we're here right now having to call the police while we have a hatchet with us. I may have wished for Takano-san and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death.
そうさ、俺じゃない。俺じゃない。
Don't say that! You're gonna look crazy! Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
俺じゃない。
It wasn't me. I stumbled backwards, then stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper in a place like this? Yeah, the newspaper that you wrapped your hatchet in? The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I had kept it wrapped up and on my belt in order to carry Satoko. That newspaper had fallen off. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. It's gonna be bloodied. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen and froze. No! No! This is just getting worse! This is just getting worse and worse! Kate should have put Satoko in the hospital. He should have. He should not have been here. This is crazy. Oh. This is insane. No. No. It can't get worse. Wait, it got worse before, so I don't believe that anymore. Oh my god. She was looking straight at me, at the hatchet on my belt.
落ち着け、サトコ。
Calm down, Satoko.
これは違うぞ。
This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away.
俺じゃない。
It wasn't me.
俺じゃないんだ。
It wasn't me.
俺じゃ。
It wasn't.
Higurashi.
Murderer. She didn't care at all that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her.
サトコ、落ち着いてくれ。
Satoko, please calm down.
頼むから、冷静になってくれ。
Please relax.
サト、
Satoko. No. Screaming weakly, Satoko began to run unsteadily. Run away, that is. You should not run after her right now. Wait, please wait,
違
Satoko.
うんだ。
You're wrong.
違うんだ。
That's not it. The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up. But if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clear this up.
高野さんを殺して、
You killed Takano-san
監督を殺して、
and
お
Coach
いさんも殺したんでございましょう。
and Oishi-san, didn't you?
おじさまを殺そうとして、リカまで、リカまで。
You killed my uncle and then you killed Rika.
高梨。
You murderer!
違う。
No,
俺じゃない。
it wasn't me.
俺は殺してなんかいない。
I didn't kill her.
何を言ってるんですの？
What are you saying?
あなたさっき自分で言ったじゃありませんの。
You just said it yourself, did you not?
死ねって、死んでしまえって。
You wanted them to die.
それでみんな死んでしまったんでしょ？
And then everyone died, didn't they?
俺はその。
Well, no. Well, yes. That's exactly what happens. It's a little late for going crazy. I think we're way past that point too. I feel like I'm going crazy. This is insane.
死ねって思っただけで別に。
Just wishing that they were dead that couldn't.
自分で何をしたか記憶に残っていないんでございましょう？
You don't even remember what you did, do you?
そんな人の話なんか信用できるわけありませんわ。
How can I trust a person like you?
人を殺した時の記憶が欠落してるだけなんじゃありませんの？
Didn't your memory of killing them just slip your mind?
いや、記憶がないふりをしてるだけなんじゃありませんの？
No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember.
第一、そのナタは何なんですのよ。
Besides, what is that hatchet for?
説明してごらんなさいな。
Well, it was actually for murdering your uncle, but I can't tell you that now, can I? Maybe we're all crazy? Yeah, I think we should all just sit together in a rubber room, guys.
これは。
It's for...
ほらほらほら。
See?
ケイチさんは殺人鬼じゃありませんの。ど
Keiichi-san, you're a killer, aren't you?
うしてですの？
Why did you do it?
ちょっと意地悪だったけど、楽しくて優しい。一度は本当のニーニーかもしれないとまで思ったのに。
I like that she's talking to us in a calm, relatively calm way, trying to rationalize what is happening around her right now. Oh my god. I think Rika was never really crazy as far as I know. I mean, out of everyone, she definitely seemed the most normal, but I mean, we still have one chapter that is dedicated to her, it seems, so I guess there's still room for that. You were a little mean, but you were fun and kind. And once I even thought you might be my real Nini.
どうしてそんな風になってしまったんですの？
Why did you turn into this? I might have been able to slowly answer each one of Satoko's questions at a time. But in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. Vika had her moments though. I mean, the whole cat and dog thing was insanely weird. you could argue that she was a little crazy then. You know, she yeah, now thinking about it, she wasn't all normal. Guess everyone else kind of got their focus chapter. Seems like it, yeah. Can't think of one person that didn't get one out of the main cast, the main girls. All of them got one. The only one not getting one is Keiichi, although you could argue this is kind of Keiichi's chapter. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There was no body, but I killed him. Without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent. And I wished Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi were dead. And that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano-san to die, I didn't think of it as anything more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. But then, she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And, hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. All the chapters are Keiichi being crazy and suffering. I mean, he was relatively normal last chapter. I find. He was, like, relatively okay. But he's already been crazy, you know, with all of his deranged, degenerate talking. I wouldn't argue he was ever sane. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. So, even ignoring Takano-san's death, Coach's and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer, just like Satoko said? Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, and turned into a demon without remembering it, becoming a killer who carried out Oyashiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be. It was impossible. Ah, damn it. The very word impossible was impossible in Hinamizawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Sadako had started crying again and was walking unsteadily. At first it felt like she was still running, but now it was like she was walking away crying from someone bullying her.
どうして？
I mean, she probably doesn't believe he did it. He only had a hatchet with him. She doesn't know that he actually did this. She's, you know, assuming, because why wouldn't she? Didn't he go alone with Mion at the end of the last chapter? Okay, I see your point, but also Rena also kind of encouraged it. And she didn't want to have Rena come with us, so I guess it's not like we had a choice, but I see your point. Why
どうしてこんなことになってしまったんですの？
why did things turn out this way?
どうして？
Why? If there was an answer to that, then I wanted to know it too. Why? Why had it turned out like this?
ニーニーがいなくなって っと寂しかったけど、
After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long
圭
time.
一さんが転校してきてくれて、またみんな明るくなって、
But then Keiichi-san transferred to our school and everyone was happy again.
楽しくなって、毎日が光ってたのに。
It was fun again. Every day was beautiful. Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. This is so unfortunate. Every single arc just ends with these kids not being able to retain these peaceful days that they enjoy so much, and it only lasts like a couple of days before the festival, and then everything just comes crashing down. Like, they are just not allowed to have a normal life. This wouldn't have happened if you first put her in the hospital and second didn't confess about what you think happened, knowing Iria didn't believe you beforehand. If he just kept his mouth shut, yeah, things would have been, much, nicer, as far as this can be considered to be nice. Those days were bright and beautiful, and yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted the exact same thing.
どうしてこんなことに。
How did it turn out like this? The cicadas were sneering at the spectacle, our strange game of tag. Ah, shut up, shut up, shut up! Eventually, I heard the murmuring of a stream. Where are we? The forest parted and a suspension bridge appeared. I don't think we've ever been here. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to stagger and fall on the spot.
大丈夫か貞子。
That is not the most secure bridge. Why does this exist? Why is this here? A bridge that can't be good. A new location. Not yay. This cannot be good. Satoko, are you okay?
近寄らないで。
Don't come near me.
人殺し。
You murderer. Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could cut, then this warmth flowing from my eyes would have been blood for sure.
どうしてこうなってしまったんですの？
Why did you turn out this way?
ケンイチさんのこと大好きだったのに。
Keiji-san, I really, really like you. I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand, but the distance between us was uncrossable. Quite literally. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again and say things that would hurt me deeply again. So I couldn't approach any closer than this.
貞子。俺にもなんでこうなったかわからないんだ。
Satoko, I don't know how things turned out like this either.
でもこれだけは言える。
But I can say this.
リカちゃんを殺したのは俺じゃないんだ。
I wasn't the one who killed Rika-chan.
それだけは絶対に。
At least that is true.
いい加減なこと言わないでほしいですわ。
Please stop being so
自
absurd.
分の記憶にも自信が持てない人が何を言ったってどう信じればいいって言うんですの？
How do you expect me to say, to believe anything someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say? I tightened my hands into fists. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hinamizawa was crazy. Ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. I feel like not just the town is crazy. I feel like every single person in the town is just automatically crazy the second they enter. This insane world where I was at the festival when I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive. Where death would just come by wishing for it. It was this world's fault. Mion and Rena started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too. And Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the day Satoko and I enjoyed in peace went so wrong.
サトコ、信じてくれ。
This is so unbelievably sad. Instead of the guy dying who was supposed to be the fix to everything in his mind, everyone else around him is dying for seemingly no reason other than him wishing for it. And now, one of his friends ends up dead for no reason. And things are way worse than anyone could have ever predicted. Tomitaka never really has time to go crazy, so we got that. I mean, I guess you could argue clawing at your own throat is kind of insane behavior. As much as things are crazy, Keiichi only plays into it. I mean, he did... Killing the uncle was the one reasonable thing he did. Telling people about his crimes, confessing to them, not so much maybe, but still. He is feeling guilty. He feels horrible for having killed a man. Even though he says he doesn't feel guilty and that he doesn't regret it, he still has bloodied his hands. He is a kid. So I understand him doing the crazy thing of telling people and confessing to his crimes to, you know, calm himself down, to maybe feel less horrible, to have people say reassuring things to him. I believe Tomitaka can beat the clawing that's own throat allegations. You could do it, Tomitaka. Satoko, please believe
俺は
me.
人殺しじゃない。
I'm not a murderer.
ではそのナタは何なんですの？
Well, technically we are, just not of Rika. Then what is that hatchet for?
納得のいく説明はできまして。
Can you give a convincing explanation for that?
このナタが怖いのか。
Is this hatchet scaring you?
じゃあ捨てるよ。
Okay, I'll throw it away.
それなら安心だろ。
That's what you want, right? Satoko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with that proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt and dropped it over to the side of the bridge into the stream below.
捨てたぞ。
There, it's gone.
これで話を聞いてくれるな。
Now, you'll listen to me, right?
武器を捨てたぐらいで気を許すと思いまして。
Now what will we kill the uncle with? We still haven't finished our job. We murder for good reasons, exactly. Only the bad people. We're like Dexter. You think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon?
ケイイチさんほどの方なら私を素手で締め殺すなんて簡単でしょうに。
Keiji-san, you're strong. It would be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands. Like hell I would ever want to kill Satoko. You idiot.
じゃあどうしたらいい？
Then what should I do?
両手を頭の上で組んだらいいか。
Should I put my hands on my head?
そうですわね。
Yes, why don't you?
両手を頭の上で組んで後ろを向いてくださいます。
Please put your hands on your head and face the other way. It was a cunning plan, much like the ones she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I immediately... Quiz... I can't read that, I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. Acquiesced to her request, since it would make her feel better.
これでいいか。
Look, Keiichi Morgan versus his sister. I don't have a funny name. Keicha Morgan? I don't know. I don't know how to make Deborah into Japanese. Deborah? Deborah? Is this alright?
俺の話を聞いてくれ。
Please listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up, then carefully approached me from behind. And then, she actually came right up behind me. she was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around.
圭一さんが悪くないのはなんとなくうすうす分かっていましたわ。
I sort of think I understand that it isn't your fault, Keiichi-san.
え
Huh?
多分あなたは何か悪いものに乗り移られただけなんですの。
I think probably you have just been possessed by something evil. What? A quest? Huh? Bells? Yeah. Here they are again. Every time like possession is mentioned or something unnatural, ghost-ish happens, the bells kind of pop up. You probably have just been possessed by something evil.
さっきまでは圭一さんが殺人鬼なんだと思ってたけど、私分かりましたの。
Until before, I thought Keiichi-san was a killer, but now I know.
あなたの目を見ていたら
After looking at your eyes... The eyes? I was doing a more... Oh! Acquiesced? 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 A quest? A quest? Oh, I don't know. That's the best I could do. I could hear that Satoko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same.
圭一さんが人殺しなんかするわけがない。
Keiichi-san could never kill anyone. Okay, so we don't have the weird demon eyes.
圭一さんの体を
Or we do, never
何
mind.
か悪いものが乗っ取って悪事に駆り立てただけ。
Something simply possessed his body and made him do evil things. Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell.
思えばひょっとすると
Come to think of it, maybe...
あの人たちも圭一さんと同じものに乗り移られていたのかもしれない。
Maybe they were possessed, just like Keiichi-san.
あの時は殺されるとしか思わなかったから、そこまでは考えが及ばなかったけど、
At the time, I was only thinking I would be killed, so I didn't think about it.
今ならわかる。
But now I understand.
あれは乗り移った何か悪いものの仕業だった。
That was the work of something evil that possessed you.
サトコ何の話だ
What are you... It was less like she was talking to me. What? They were possessed just like Keiichi-san. At the time, I was only thinking I would be killed, so I didn't think about it. Wait, who? It was less like she was talking to me and more like she was talking to herself, like she was confessing at my back.
分かってるんですの。
I
私
understand, you know?
身に覚えがないわけじゃないんですのよ。
It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself. Satoko's voice started to become mixed with sobs. Her pained voice tore at my heart. But I didn't know what Satoko was talking about.
西宮殿の屋根によじ登ったことがありますの。
I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once.
何年も前のことですわ。
It was a few years ago. That can't be good. Oh no. It can't get any worse than that, right, guys? This possibly can't be something that messed everything up, right? Once, when Satoko was playing hide and seek at the shrine grounds, she climbed onto the roof of the storehouse for ritual implements, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what was inside the unknown storehouse. Well, it's not gonna be very lovely. The sight in there is not very beautiful. She removed the grating on the window, which was already hanging off, slid her small body into it, and climbed down inside. It was too dark to see much, but after descending, she realized just how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint lights coming in from the air window. And to her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from the outside, and it was made not to open from within. Well, lovely! But it seems like at that time there wasn't any ritual instruments, or she just isn't paying much attention to them. She would have to go back out through the ventilation window she'd come in from, but the window was high on the wall and there was no way she would be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There were a lot of bird cage looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. Yeah. Is she gonna see the shadowy figure too? She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed up the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb up the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do, so she had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clings and clangs of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she'd used to stick the chains on the wall flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back onto the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the flailing bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke. And then one of the big bird cages, hanging from the ceiling, fell to the floor with a huge noise. Oh! Under it was an image of Oyashiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of the arms, then trapped some other implements beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. Yeah, destroying a religious figure is never good. At least if you believe in that kind of stuff, you know? The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around. And of course, Rika was one of them. Then Rika's father, the shrine's priest, with an angry look ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew where Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika, so he scolded her, saying that this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back. Oh! Took a strangely shaped ritual cane or something and struck her with it several times. I think we're gonna have a horrible time reading through the question arc that covers her story. Rika's words at the time, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." That pitiful voice, I still can't get it out of my head. Ouch. Rika took the fall for Satoko, yep. Why didn't she speak up? There was no way he would have hit her, right? Higurashi Child Abuse Edition? Apparently. Oh my god. I should have said it was me. I should have said so to save my best friend from that false accusation without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. But we know he probably would. I mean, this is his own daughter. I feel like he might think this is justified since, you know, he is her father. I feel like he wouldn't hit someone else's child, but then again, what do I know? They had children even younger than present. Yeah, I don't even, yeah. I understand she was scared to death and probably did want to confess seeing what happened to her. But still, Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crime she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world had been strange.
分かってるんですの、私には。
I know, I
こ
understand.
れはお社様のたたりだって。
This is Oyashiro-sama's curse.
あの時最後伝を怪我して親友を見捨てた私への天罰だって。
His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best
お
friend.
社様のたたり。
Oyashiro-sama's curse.
父も母も濁流に消えた。
Keep in mind that this chapter is called Curse Killing, so yeah. My father and mother too, they vanished into that muddy stream.
意地悪だったおばも死んだけど、誰よりも私を可愛がってくれたニーニーも私を捨てて家出してしまった。
My mean aunts died too, but then Nini, who loved me more than anyone, ran away from home.
そして
And then
圭一さんが転校してきてやっと楽しい毎日が戻ってきたと思ったのに、今度は圭一さんが取りつかれて。
Keiichi-san transferred in and I thought I'd finally got my fun life back. But this time, Keiichi-san was possessed.
しかも殺されて。
And even Rika got killed. Muddy stream? What stream?
聞いたの私。
Oh, the sound quality is very different now. There's something I heard once.
お社様は本当にたたりをなすときは本人をすぐに殺さないんだって。
Oyashiro-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away.
親しい人から順に殺してみんな殺してから最後に殺すんだって。
He goes in order of your closest friends, and after killing them all, he kills that person last.
だから圭一さんもたたりにやられて。
Oh no. I really hope this is not the case, but this would explain why everyone in her family basically died, except for the uncle who is now abusing her. For them to get truly cursed, but what did Keiichi do to get cursed like this? When were Keiichi threw the bat and motorcycle in? Yeah, that was the swamp, wasn't it? Not a stream. That wasn't. I mean, the river in Hinamizawa basically, I think, it leads to the swamp. So I guess, but I don't know if that was also in Hinamizawa. Might have been on vacation or something. But yeah, we threw the stuff into the swamp for sure.
きっと今度はレナさんやミオンさんがたたられてしまうんですわ。
I'm sure that Rena-san and Mion-san will be cursed next.
そして殺したり殺されたり。
And then they'll kill and be killed.
もういや。
That's actually interesting. So the curse does work like that. You kill and you will be killed in the end. No, no more.
落ち着けよ貞子。
Oh, sorry. I seem to have skipped that.
きっと今度はレナさんやミオンさんがたたられてしまうんですわ。そして殺したり殺されたり。もういや。
Calm down, Satoko.
たたりなんかない。
There is no curse.
誰もお前をいじめたりなんかしないって。
Nobody is trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Given my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I had been pushed not into the bridge, but to the side. Towards the stream. That is No, this can't be happening. Ah! As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab a cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. Is she gonna kill me? If I fell, I clearly wouldn't be... yeah, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go.
Satoko! Satoko!
I didn't understand myself what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Or was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus when I saw Satoko, and I was surprised at what an odd expression she had. What kind of music is that? Okay. Can't say I blame Satoko. I mean, this is going a little far. But she's traumatized to hell and back, so it makes sense. Oh my god, what is this? Meditation. Yes. For sure. Were her bells? I just didn't think it was because of her, but I guess it makes sense. It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger meant only for those who needed to die. Oh my goodness. Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Oh no. Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi-san! Yeah, this is just... She's had to go through too many things. She's completely... broken out. As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway. I won't lose to the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I will never ever lose to you. I will never lose to you, not ever.
Satoko, これだけは聞いてくれ。
Are we gonna die here? Tatoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at the time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation.
俺のしたことは確かに褒められるものじゃない。
I know that what I did isn't exactly
い
praiseworthy.
や、いけないことだったかもしれない。
No, in fact, maybe I should have never done it at all.
だけど、お前に幸せになってほしくてしたことだったんだ。
But I did it because I wanted you to be happy.
それだけは信じてくれ。
Please, just believe that.
こいつ
You...
最後の最後でケイイチさんのふりを
At the very, very end, you're still pretending to be Keiichi-san. Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And for that to happen at the very end like this was tragic.
お前に褒められたくてやったわけじゃなかった。
I didn't do any of it so you would praise
お
me.
前に幸せになってさえもらえればよかった。
If it made you happy, that was all that mattered.
俺たちはダメなんだ。
We were
お
nothing.
前が笑っていないとダメなんだ。
Without your smile, we were
だ
nothing.
から俺が消えたら笑ってくれ。
So, after I disappear, please smile.
俺が死ぬことで新しい生活を迎えたならきっと笑ってくれ。
If you can get on with your new life by my dying, then please just smile.
それだけ約束してくれないか。
Can't you at least promise me that?
喋るな
Stop speaking!
ケイチさんの口調で喋るな。
Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that!
もちろん
Fall down!
落ちてしま
Die! Oh, man. Those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? Oh, what is happening? This is horrible. What happened? Where did everything go wrong? I'm tearing up. This is so unbelievably sad. I can't even... Oh, she went through so many fucked up things. And now she's doing this. Because she doesn't see any other way out. Oh... My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Where did I first go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one, or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all of this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world I had accidentally wandered into that one night. Because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. It makes none of this any easier, I know how you feel. It makes it worse, if anything. Because you understand what happened and how horrible it really is. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No, I probably already disappeared. Yes, probably. On the night of Watanagashi, I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night and everyone was worried. It was laughable that I had taken this long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th year was Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. Watching someone read it for the first time when you already know the answer is still tragic to see, if not more. This is really... I don't even have words, and usually... I feel like... I'm pretty good at commenting what I feel, but right now I don't even know what I feel. I'm so... in shock at everything that has happened over this arc. This is... not something I expected. And this is not the turn I thought we'd be taking. Ooh. And still there are like so many mysteries still surrounding everything that happened so far, so... I feel like nothing has been answered yet, but that's why we have the answer arcs. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though they were down to 4 people, the club would reopen, and they would have a good time without me. Waiting for the day when I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home. But this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile, and my duty as her nini. At this point, there will be nobody left to torture you. Because Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours. We wanted to see it one more time. That didn't sound like a hard fall. But it was? How can it get worse? This is the question we should be asking. This isn't over yet. It's not over yet. This will get worse, surely. My heart will be ripped into shreds by the end of this. That might be the worst possible thing to happen. Ugh, I feel like that is letting everyone go off too easy. It's not gonna get worse. You can trust Ryukishi. I don't know. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. He tends to do 180 with my emotions quite often. I don't know. I don't trust him. Okay, but there's gonna be an ad break in like 4 minutes. So let's take it really quick right now so we can not be interrupted for whatever happens next because we're not dead yet. So there's still more coming. All right, if you need to take a break, close your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. Feel free to do that right now. I will fish and I will also be right back in 3 minutes. And it's very quiet, so I'm sorry, but deathly silence. I am back. I was eating some roasted almonds when I realized I didn't actually press for the ad to start. So I was sitting here just watching the countdown for the ad to start, and I was like, wait, that's an oddly long 3 minutes. I finally noticed it though. It's come up. Still has to come up that we haven't gotten much of a clue what the smell hint was about, unless Teppei forced Satoko to bathe because he thought she smelled like a corpse while he was actually a walking corpse at that time. Good idea. That actually seems kind of like what could have been hinted towards. But it felt like there were 3 people there. The person who supposedly smelled, and one person saying something another person said that is now dead, which confused me, but you might be right. That might actually be what happened. About someone sinking in a hole or something. Oh, right, yeah. A hole opening up in front of a house. I completely forgot about that, actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that one's still confusing, but I feel like the stuff that you just said is very plausible. Makes the most sense to me right now. Okay. Let me just drink a little bit more. Okay. There we go. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, Grace Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I want it. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this world, of this Grace Hinamizawa, so that nobody would ever again have to find themselves lost here again. Oh, wait, is this the end? This would have been such a banger last quote if this really was the last chapter of the question arcs. Okay, but we got one last tip, so I guess we still have more to go. Demon, witness the final showdown. The final showdown? And it's just an image of a couple of towels. Final showdown. Interesting. It's just demons battling this out. Okay, but we still haven't reached even 4 hours on the stream time, so we're gonna keep going. For a little bit longer, I'll probably have to end in the middle of the next chapter. I'm gonna try to do it when the tension isn't super high. But yeah, I probably won't be able to finish it since we're apparently not yet on the last one. And the last ones tend to be very long, so I will probably not even be able to finish it in one stream anyway. Keiichi mentioned the dead don't play by the rules, and we should take that into consideration. That is true. I mean, we've seen it. We have seen it before in the last arc too, so if he doesn't actually die, that wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he really does get transported back to a different world. But I really like that last line that he said, the crazed Hinamizawa ending, so that no one has to go through all of this again. Considering we're kind of in like a time loop situation, where we just keep experiencing these awful things over and over again. That is actually quite sad. Okay, but yeah, we have more to go. 24 Higurashi stream, our Higurashi stream when, never. I cannot stream for that long. I will die. Okay, we have some research notes. Oh yeah, Shiro-sama. Nobody really knows what characters to use to write Oyashiro-sama. Knowing this is hard partly because depending on the time period, he has been called with various titles with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing all time periods agree on is that the 4 syllables o, ya, shi, and ro are always used. There is a theory starting the shrine or yashiro stating the shrine or yashiro dedicated to Oyashiro-sama itself became an object of worship, and that people began calling it Oyashiro-sama or Lord Honorable Shrine. But this doesn't make a bit of sense. Huh. Quite literally a shrine? Never say never. Good old Bieber. Is there a real one if it changes over time? I mean, all of them could be considered real, or none of them. I don't know whether this is related, but people say the Furude family, the most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend the Furude family passes down, if for 8 generations in a row the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Okay. Are we gonna draw a bit and go to sleep? Hope you don't get more traumatized. Thank you! Have fun! And good luck drawing. And hope you have a good night's rest. So, they wouldn't be telling me this if it wasn't relevant, right? So, we can assume that Rika was the 8th girl to be born in a row as a firstborn child? If we go by this legend, the characters used for Oyashiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shiro for generation. These character assignments are simply something I've thought up. There is no way to verify it. That is interesting. So we can assume that Rika might have been the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, which will make the next chapter even more interesting since it's all about her too. If this is true, then Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of these religions call the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment, or something along those lines. And we must not forget they mean it to be the end of the world. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk in the village. Oh, maybe she... Oh, has she been this loved because of her technically, possibly being the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama? The rumors say she is the 8th generation and Oyashiro-sama. I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least I can confirm that for the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl. Rika Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? A gruesome feast of the demons who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement. Who wrote this? Takano? What is it? This really feels like this was written by Takano. It's also like the book that we see whenever we get like her notes and everything. Nipa! Okay, but we also now got confirmation that I think next chapter might be the last one for real now. Because we got Detective Tatarigoroshi Read all tips in Tatarigoroshi. So, I think it's safe to say that next one might be the last one. Okay, we have a little bit more to go in terms of time. So let's keep going a bit at least. Maybe the curses of Keiichi came true because Rika was already dead? I was actually thinking the same thing, that he might have been kind of taken over by Oyashiro-sama for some reason. But it's confusing because we saw her in the classroom. But maybe she died and it went over to him? Something like that? I guess we'll see. My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold too. It hurt. So we're not dead. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first on a dry riverbed. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned blue or red or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. Considering I'd dropped from there, it was a miracle that I could open my eyes again. Or probably just heavily injured. Right next to me was a broken upside-down car seat, which I guess some pranksters had brought here. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape this instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I had failed to die, and now I was still stuck in this insane world. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel like didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I'd been asleep for a decade. I can speak. He's still sort of alive. I mean, we don't know how high up the bridge was. He might just have passed out, broken literally all of his bones. If he can just stand up and walk, I'll be surprised. But he probably has broken his legs. How, The more feeling returned to my body, the more the pain flooded in. It hurt so much, it would have been better not to have woken up. I needed to get to a doctor. Yeah, to Coach's clinic. The term Coach's clinic brought back memories one after another. Memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Satoko was no longer on the bridge. She would have returned to Hinamizawa by now. And she would put on some clothes, go to the clinic, get a checkup, and report on how crazy I had seemed. I feel like she wouldn't do that. She would probably report Rika's death. Something walking corpse. If he just stands up with no broken bones, then yeah, pretty much. I don't know what Satoko would do now. I would assume just go about her day. Trying to survive, I guess. The police were waiting for me without a doubt. This time, would they found out for real that I'd killed her uncle and arrest me, or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. Please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that, whatever you want. Funny that you say that, because that is exactly what they would do to you if they used the ritual way of killing you. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. Guess we're fine-ish? We don't seem to have broken our legs, at least. I went downstream and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. I walked haphazardly, searching for a path I knew. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, but to the clinic which had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I've been smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs, and it made my face scrunch up. Huh. Interesting. He fell onto a car door? I think it was a seat. Yeah, upside down car seat. Then at last, I noticed something. I couldn't hear any cicadas. It was the first time I'd heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. They seem to be relevant to the things happening around us. When I thought back, it seemed like birds always chirped in the morning, cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. I couldn't hear a single insect. The only thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind brushing the treetops. I had never experienced this sort of quiet before. Yeah, especially coming from Tokyo, you are not used to things being quiet around you, and now you come here where you have insects and birds constantly making noise, and then when everything is quiet, it becomes really scary. Even the only sound coming from the trees lacked life somehow. The trees were yellow and many leaves were spread on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds that had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed, browned, and lost their vigor. Oh my god. Did everything actually die? Only the sunlight itself was the June Hinamizawa I knew. And yet, it seemed like the seasons had switched all of a sudden. What happened? What did you do? And like the smell of burnt eggs, like rotten eggs, maybe? You wish for the death of the world? Yeah, the town? Oh my god. We really are like a god now. Oh, looking at the fallen leaves and rotting weeds led me to spot a few small insects turned on their backs. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insect corpses scattered all around, like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them about. The stench, what was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs, combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in summer. Had someone sprayed herbicides or pesticides around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest disinfection or something, once or twice a year. I hadn't run into anybody despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, and yet it felt like I was sauntering about at midnight. Well, with this smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. Oh my god, did everyone die? Just, what was this anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Hinamizawa was silent. The school would come into view right after turning this corner, and yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. It was simply quiet. Just as pretending to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. And finally, I heard something. It was the sound of a few trucks. There were a few very tall trucks parked in the schoolyard, idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from their trunks. Okay, so people are still alive? Kind of. Heiichi's going through his personal hell right now. He has been going through his personal hell this entire chapter. all of these characters have been suffering extremely bad this chapter in particular. I mean, they have been in every chapter, but I feel like even more so this time around. It was hot and humid even in my casual clothing. I couldn't imagine how unbearable that must have been. And then I remembered. Our school was rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It wasn't strange at all for Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, what did forest rangers do anyway? I felt bad for them having to work in such heat and with such a stench about. They were taking colorful cargo out of the truck and lining it up in the schoolyard. There were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Heavy too, they were being carried in pairs. They lined them up very neatly, like tuna at a riverside fish market. Several dozens, hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. I forgot my pain for a little while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I'd never seen before. Okay. What are these bags? Things are still getting worse for him. I'm surprised that he didn't foresee that maybe he wouldn't die, and wishing for the world to come to an end isn't the best idea. Seeing how he really does seem to have some kind of power. As I stood there, watching in a daze, the people in raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed me out, and they shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then 2 trucks drove up behind me. I stepped aside and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trunks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. Why do I feel like this is a bunch of corpses? And I don't know how to feel about that. It wasn't the same burned egg smell as before, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. Okay. That is pretty bad. Why are they laying that out in the school field? Slowly dying in town, even the cult, what it may be, wouldn't go this far, nor would it have the ability to. No, this is far more than a cult, for sure now. This is definitely a curse of some sort. What on earth was it? I've been enshrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. Then certain white letters emblazoned on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Ground Self-Defense Forces. Okay. What? Self-Defense Forces like the army? Why was the army in the schoolyard?
おい君、
Hey, you.
どこから入ってきた？
Where did you come from? Oh my god, what is going on? Did people actually die? Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around and a canopied SDF Jeep was parked there. The SDF person had a green raincoat and a gas mask like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. It didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere.
どこから入ってきた？
Oh my god. Everything is really decaying. People died. Probably folks from outside of Hinamizawa. Yeah, definitely. I don't think Hinamizawa has its own army, so yeah, these people are definitely not from here. I wonder if the forest rangers are from here, or if these are also from outside of Hinamizawa. Where did I... Ow. When I tried to talk, I stretched a wound on my head. It made the SDF people exchange glances. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but they seemed surprised.
君はひなみ様の住民か？
Do you live in Hinamizawa?
住所と名前は言えるか？
Can you tell us your name and address?
一応ここに住んでますけど。
Well, yeah, I sort of live here. What do you mean, you sort of live here?
名前は前原圭一です。
My name is Keiichi Maibara.
あ、住所は 獅子骨市ひなみ沢村。
Oh, and my address. Something something Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. Something broke out. He has a gas mask. The air here has been poisoned to the degree that everything is dying. Or maybe that's what they think, since literally everything is dying and decaying. They just, you know, did what they thought was best and put on protective uniforms and stuff. I'm confused because he didn't describe the forest rangers to be covered in masks and stuff, right? Hold on, let me find it again. In raincoats. That's all he said. Maybe that isn't even enough for those people as well, since they entered the cursed town. Maybe. After seeing me tell them my name and address without hesitation, one of the SDF people watching from the jeep started talking into a radio.
本部、応答願います。
Base, do you read?
本部、応答願います。
Base, do you read?
402生存者発見。
We have a 402 survivor discovered.
繰り返す。402生存者発見。
Repeat, we have a 402. We found a survivor.
場所は営林署入り口前。
That doesn't sound good. It really... You jinxed it! You did say a nuke would fall onto the town. It almost seems like it really did. What did you do? He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is base, we copy. Secure the survivor at once. What is his status?
生存者は健在。
Healthy.
全身に外傷を認められるも生命に支障なし。
Wounded all over, but not fatally.
自立歩行可能。
He can walk on his own.
これより保護し本部へ送致します。
We'll send him to HQ for safety. I was prepared to go along with the police, but the SDF? I couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. They urged me into the back of the jeep, and then they told me to put on this gigantic gas mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled around with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of, hot and difficult to breathe. Just looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. My breathing sounded like some giant monster through the mask. We're Darth Vader now. At this point, I had no idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper adjusting my mask.
すみません。
Excuse me.
何かあったんですか？
Has something happened?
君はどこにいたんだ？
Where were you?
何をしていたんだ？
What were you doing? He sounded very desperate. I mean, understandably so if the whole town just died. Hey, don't answer a question with more questions. I was the one asking
ずっ
you.
と山に入ったところにある吊り橋から落っこちて
I, fell from a rope bridge way back in the
河原
mountains.
で多分気絶してました。
I think I passed out on the riverbed.
今日が何曜日かもよくわからないです。
I don't actually know what day it is.
今日は昭和58年の6月22日。
Okay, that's 2 days later, right? Today is June 22nd, 1983.
水曜日だ。
Wednesday. No, we were on Tuesday, so it's 1 day later? That surprised me. Satoko pushed me on the off the bridge on Tuesday the 21st. That meant I've been asleep on that riverbed for an entire
改
day.
めて聞きますけど、何があったんですか？
Yo, we missed the apocalypse apparently. Forgive me for asking again, but did something happen?
なんで自衛隊が来てるんです？
Why is the SDF here?
何かの訓練ですか？
Is this a drill? Does it look like a drill to you? Had my question been that difficult for him? None of the troopers would answer me. Okay, why is the text up there now? That's how it is without the mods, actually, so I'm a little confused. Hello, Zero, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the hydrate, and also thank you for the stretch blood. I will do that. I will stretch. I have been shrimping for way too long. Oh, much better. They're speechless. Quite literally, yes. I'm glad. I'm also doing good. Um, the one in the driver's seat talking on his own radio turned on the vehicles. We turned the dial and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice of a radio announcer I was familiar with.
より首相官邸で行われました。記者団からの自衛隊の災害出動が迅速に行われなかったことが前例のない未曾有の大災害に直結したのではないかとの質問に対し、奥野官房長官は次のようにコメントしました。
Was conducted at the Prime Minister's office in regards to questions from the press that the SDF not responding to the disaster promptly was directly related to this unprecedented, unheard of catastrophe. Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno had this to say.
でありまして、県知事からの派遣要請を受けて迅速に対応したものと思っております。
In a way, Keiichi can't even die, right? I mean, yeah, fair. This is really messed up. This is getting weirder and weirder. I did not expect for the world to literally end when Keiichi wishes for it. So this is a lot. And so I believe that once the SDF received the dispatch order from the prefectural governor, they responded promptly.
とこのように述べ、要請を受けてからの自衛隊の出動は迅速であった。むしろ県側の事態把握に遅れがあった可能性を示唆しました。
According to him, the SDF was prompt to respond to the crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that it was the prefecture's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. Why are they talking about this? This is so unimportant. This happened, they responded in whatever time they did, and why are you looking for blame in how fast they responded? I don't think anything would have changed. I wonder if this disaster will spread or if it's somehow contained within Hinamizawa. If they are wearing gas masks, I feel like they might be in danger depending on how this whole thing happened. I guess we'll see.
そもそも自衛隊の派遣を要請した県知事は、災害発生から前例のない大災害であることをいつ認識できたのか、そして災害派遣要請までにいわゆるお役所的なロスタイムが生じ、被害の拡大を招いたのではないか、今後の究明が待たれています。
When did the governor who requested the STF's dispatch actually become aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for disaster relief? In other words, because of the bureaucracy? We are awaiting further investigation into the matter.
首相官邸より報道部の尾形記者がお送りしました。さて、ここでもう一度災害発生からの行政の対応を振り返ります。
Yeah, always looking for someone to blame, but the fact is that it usually doesn't help. That was Mr. Okada reporting from the Prime Minister's official residence. At this point, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster. In the middle of the night between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone. The details have not yet been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas from somewhere in the Hinamizawa area. The gas was relatively heavy. As it spewed out, it began to flow. That flow went down along a small river and headed directly into Hinamizawa village. After a few hours, it had covered the entire region. So, we didn't die? Even though we were laying in the river? It happened in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Every home and household in the village was afflicted, which With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that all died without noticing the crisis. What? Everyone is dead? Wait. Everyone literally died? I can't believe this right now. What? I wonder if the catalyst of this outbreak reached Oishi first, like he and his car became deathly silent. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Keiichi was high up? He didn't die by it? I mean, he was inside of the river, so presumably more than one river? Maybe, yeah. Could be that, you know, has multiple rivers. I don't actually know. It looked like the river where they take the futon cotton balls for the Watanagashi festival, but it might just be that they use the same background, might not be the actual same area. The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night caused its detection to come too late, but there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m., a news dealer's shop in Okinomiya sent a vehicle carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamizawa. Usually the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival, but this morning that didn't happen. The news dealer's shop made repeated calls but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but they lost contact with him as well. Oh my god, they just kept sending people in here, and they all kept dying.
非常に悔やまれています。この時点で警察か消防への連絡があったなら、事態はもっと改善されていた可能性が高いでしょう。少なくとも村全滅という惨劇は免れた可能性があります。
At least no one can hurt each other again in town, I guess. He could have wished for this in a very different way. He could have wished for, you know, good things. People not killing each other anymore. He didn't have to ask for the end of everything. It is extremely regrettable. If they had contacted the police or fire department at this point, it is highly possible the situation would have turned out more positively. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from tragic annihilation. I mean, I don't know. If I was a shop owner and I sent someone to deliver newspapers to Hinamizawa and they didn't come back, I'd also just send someone else from my shop to check before calling the police. He means well, but he's also selfish. It's more like I guess he didn't... I mean, who would have believed that this would actually happen, right? He didn't believe this was gonna be the actual end result. I don't think he's necessarily selfish. He did it for different reasons. He did it so people could be happy, of course him included, but I wouldn't call him selfish necessarily. Just... This is just unfortunate. Who could have... I didn't think this was gonna actually happen. 6 a.m. Residents in areas in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smell of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confined region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals may have gotten into an accident and reported it to the local police. 6:30 a.m. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in the Hinamizawa area after the officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported it to the prefecture and prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. 8 a.m. The governor was traveling to nearby prefectures for inspection. In accordance with regulations, the Prefectural Environmental Disaster Prevention Chief was provisionally escalated to Director General and set up a disaster countermeasures office. However, without contacting the governor, the countermeasures came too late.
近年、市民団体によって指摘されていますが、議員待遇者との視察旅行は完全に親睦を目的にしたもので、主演三昧だと噂されています。
I mean, to be fair, everyone was already dead. So, like, at that point, what do you want to do? It's contained in that place and not elsewhere, so the town is absolutely done for. He got what he wanted. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it reached the other regions. Of course, gas travels, but it doesn't seem like much else happened. As has recently been pointed out by the citizens groups, his trip with honorary Diet members to inspect other prefectures was based solely on good relations, and it's rumored they preoccupied themselves with a drinking party that is absolutely insane. That is crazy.
近い筋の話では、知事は徹夜で飲んだくれて泥酔状態で就寝していたそうです。環境部長から電話があった時も泥酔していて、全く取り合ってもらえなかったのだそうです。
Sources closer to him claimed the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay any attention to the matter. What the fuck? And so the authorities in the hour or so it took for the governor to grasp the situation and sober up did nothing but accumulate information.
知事は言うに及びませんが、知事不在時には本部長を務めることになる環境部長にも怠慢の責任が問われるでしょう。また、県としても大災害を想定したマニュアルが用意されておらず、対応が常に後手に回ってしまったのが致命的でした。
The question remains, does it get worse than this? Does it somehow get worse than this? I also forget that in pandemic times, officials often ignore the rules and also did shit comparative to this. I guess, but yeah, this is a game. This is yeah. This is a little wild. Though not as extreme as the governor's case, the environmental chief, who became director general in the governor's absence, will likely also be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place on the prefecture's side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late, and that ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from the SDF. By the time the chemical defense unit equipped with protective equipment arrived on the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak.
とにかく深夜の就寝中というのが不運でした。同じ災害でも日中に起こっていれば全く違ったでしょう。
Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate this happened while everyone was sleeping in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurred during the day, it likely would have been entirely different. I wonder why it happened with a delay, because we were pushed off the bridge during the day, so why did it take so long for everything to happen? So that they would definitely die, I guess? So it makes sense that they died? Yeah, everyone is dead. This is absolutely horrible. I can't believe this is likely to be the end of this chapter. This is absolutely mental. All households in the Hinamizawa village region were wiped out. There were over 1,000 victims. The STF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but their results are predicted to only increase that number.
スタジオにはゲストとして火山性の災害にお詳しい地学博士の藤原先生にお越しいただいております。先生、このような恐ろしい毒ガスが突然湧き出すようなことはあるのでしょうか。
Here with us in the studio today is Dr. Fujiwara, a professor at University, University, who's well acquainted with volcanic disasters. Doctor, can such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen? I mean, yeah? There should have been some signs for it, though. This doesn't just happen out of the blue. If there is a chance that this could happen, it would be monitored, and they would be watching it. Wonder if people at the hospital survived or not? Did it have equipment to deal for disasters of sorts? I mean, I guess might be one or two people, since, you know, supposedly hospitals are open 24/7, so they should have had some people there, but if you don't know it's coming, then... I mean, they said that they lost contact with people as soon as they noticed the smell of rotten eggs. So by the time that they noticed that there was something off at the hospital, they might not have had enough time. Would also be tremors of some kind. I don't actually know how that works. I guess so? It isn't at all unusual for this to happen right around craters, at
火
least.
山大国日本にはたくさんの活火山がありますが、それらの火口部はいずれも危険なガスの噴出する危険性があり、一般登山者も火口部周辺には立ち入らないのが一般的です。
Japan is a volcanic nation, and so has many active volcanoes. There's always a danger of hazardous gas around any of these craters, and it's generally a rule among mountain climbers not to go near them.
では今回ひなみ沢村を襲った卵のフラン臭のするガスというのも火口部では一般的なガスということですか？
Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamizawa village was the normal sort of gas from volcanic craters?
卵のフラン臭という特徴から、おそらく火山ガスの中でも事故例の多い硫化水素によるものだと考えられます。高い濃度であれば非常に危険なものです。
Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequently in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous.
ひなみ沢村は火山の火口部とは全く縁遠い場所にあるわけですが、そういった火口部でない場所にもその硫化水素が発生することがあるのでしょうか？
I mean, if you have a teenage boy wishing for that to happen, then yes, technically, anything is possible. Hinamizawa village is very far away from the craters of any volcanoes. Can hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater?
詳しいことは分かっていないので、まだはっきりとしたことは申し上げられませんが、外国の例で温泉の地下のマグマだまりからガスが噴出したという記録があります。極めて希少な例ですが、必ずしも火口部でなくても発生の可能性はあるということです。
I don't know all the details, so I can't say anything concrete, but in other countries, there are records of gas eruptions due to magma buildup under hot springs. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to happen, even in a region not near craters.
先生、ありがとうございました。今、防
It
衛省
just
から
keeps
発表があ
getting
ったんです。
worse.
防衛庁の森川さん。
I'm afraid of this now. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement from the Japanese Defense Agency. Miss Morikawa, are you there?
はい、防衛庁です。先ほど防衛庁はひなみ沢村ガス災害の主原因となった火山性ガスについて陸上自衛隊科学学校での分析の結果、二酸化炭素と硫化水素の混合ガスによるものだったと発表しました。
Even the expert here doesn't know and is spitballing on happenstance. I mean, this all makes it just sound like this is the most unlikely event to take place here, but it did take place. Which, I mean, I guess? I don't know what I would have expected to happen if this became true, but I guess this is the most natural way to make this happen, technically. Yes, I'm at the Japan Defense Agency. The agency has just made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinamizawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide.
森川さん、そのガスは依然として噴出を続け、周囲に拡大しているのでしょうか？
Miss Morikawa, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas?
現在、ひなみ沢村で救助活動に入っている自衛隊第9師団の報告として、ガスの濃度は徐々に薄まりつつある。これ以上の被害の拡大はないと発表しました。
Unprecedented is a good word for it. Yeah. It is. You were almost right on the money. This is actually insane. I can't believe I'm still in shock. This is not what I expected. I can't see how this chapter is gonna end now with this happening right now. According to the STF's 9th Division, who are currently engaged in a rescue operation at Hinamizawa Village, the gas density is steadily decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread.
ですが依然、南沢村地区は危険な状態にあることには変わりなく、今後も注意深く監視を続ける必要があるようです。
However, it does not change the fact that surrounding areas are still in danger, and that very strict observation must be maintained.
防衛庁から報道部の森川記者がお伝えしました。続きまして、避難を余儀なくされている沖宮地区住民の模様をリポートします。現在、避難所の一つとなっている下篠崎小学校に報道部の現地記者がお伝えいたします。
That was Morikawa from the Japan Defense Agency. And now we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate the Okinomiya area. Shimoshinozaki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites, and we currently have a reporter on bzz scene bzz bzz.
何ですかそれ。
Oh no, no! Wait, what? Inside the jeep, clambering and bouncing along the rough road, none answered my muttered question. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night? Where was Hinamizawa village anyway? Someplace deep in the mountains, right? Names of places I'd heard about on the radio were always like that. They were all places I'd never heard of, much less knew the locations of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died and how many were injured? Well, if there is no one left, then what would they say? How many people were alive? Where did everyone evacuate to? Eventually, we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time, I saw the flag of Japan hanging on a pole outside. Japan's circular sun hung down as though exhausted. Many SDF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles were parked there as well. Yeah, he might be the sole survivor of all of this, which is just... I don't even know how to describe what I'm feeling right now. All of the hardship that he went through, only for this to be the end. I'm speechless. Gotta get through the denial phase. It's gonna see the corpses. Oh, I hope not. That is one fast way to get out of the denial phase. I do not think this is gonna be good. You know, he might wish for the end of the world and then he's gonna be floating around in space. When they saw the jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher.
もう大丈夫だよ。
You're gonna be alright.
具合は
How do you feel?
歩けるかい？
Can you walk?
歩けます。
Yes.
あいてて。
Ow, ow. And because of my ows, they forced me to lay in the stretcher anyway. People who seemed like doctors were looking at me and notifying others of my condition via radio.
外傷多数。
Multiple wounds.
骨折もしくは内臓損傷の可能性大。
High possibility of fractures and internal
頭
damage.
部に大きな裂傷。
Large laceration in the head.
瞳孔正常。眼底に出血なくも脳内損傷の可能性は否定できず。
Pupils normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible. And then from the clinic's entrance, people lying on stretchers were brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they were from Hinamizawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. Okay, well, they are dead. But now then, that is a good question. What happens now? I mean, I have an idea, but I don't like that idea very much. Two troops holding shoulders and legs like some kind of baggage picked them up and threw them into the trunk.
はあはあ
Mm. In the trunk of the truck, people's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and that told me they were already nothing but shells. Oh no. Oh, oh my god. What is happening? At that moment, I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trunks and them lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. Corpses. 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 Corpses.
Baga!
Oh, why are you doing this in front of this guy? Why would you fucking load the trunk full of corpses in front of this dude? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Welcome back, Toonie. What did you miss? I don't even know how to say that. Everyone died is quite literally it. Everyone is dead. Only Keiichi is left alive. That is everything I can say. Everyone is dead. He has been seeing corpses this whole time. This is... oh, I don't even know what to say. This is horrible. This is so bad. I can't believe this. You jackasses.
兵士を粗末に扱うな。
Don't just throw the victims in like that.
彼は村の住民だぞ。
They lived here. The troops carrying the sacks answered with a humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa. My final wish, again, it was granted. I didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wished, I cursed, and then it happened the next day. And please... No! Tomorrow morning, let me die. That insane night, it's still going on. Please end it already. Oh man, I don't even know what to say anymore.
おい、意識が損失したぞ。
Hey, he's lost consciousness.
患者の名前を呼びかけろ。
Shout his name.
早く。
Quickly.
前原くん、聞こえるかい？
Maibara-kun, can you hear me?
聞こえるなら瞬きでいいからしてくれ。
If you can hear me, just blink.
前原くん、前原くん、
Are we dead?
前原くん。
Suddenly, the world didn't matter to me anymore. Okay, he's just completely in shock. Well, Toonie... Basically, Satoko seems to think that she is cursed. And because of that, Keiichi ended up killing a lot of people. That's what she thought. So she pushed him off of a bridge. And his last wish was for... well, what did he say? Quite literally, that the world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa and that it should just end. And then when he woke up on the riverbed, the world literally ended. Volcanic gas spread throughout Hinamizawa and literally everyone died. That is what happened. I wasn't interested in their
呼
cries.
吸が停止したぞ。
His breathing stopped.
気道確保。
Get his respiratory tract open.
人工呼吸。
Do CPR.
絶対に生かせ。
Make him live.
畜生。畜生。もう
Damn it. Damn it.
これ以上死者はごめんだぞ。
No more. No more dead people.
死んでもいい命なんかないんだ。
Nobody deserves to die.
殺すな。
Don't kill him.
殺すな。
Don't kill him. Oh, now these people are also traumatized. Oh my god, can you imagine walking into this town and seeing thousands of people dead. And having to look through all of the buildings only to find more dead people. And finally having hope of survivors. And then he also dies. Oh, this is... How did it get this bad? How did it get this bad? I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ears. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. They were so commonplace, and they soaked into my heart too. Maybe it was a mistake to take someone's life, even if it was to save Satoko. If this is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy, then this is a little much. This is a big much. Oyashiro-sama, why did you never punish me? Come to think of it, Satoko said something. Oyashiro-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first. It kills everyone they love before that. And he loved this town because it finally made him feel alive, man. He came here from fucking Tokyo where he had no friends, nothing. He came here and found so much love and fun. And he loses it all. So let's humor. Oh. Oyashiro-sama's curse. It was a convenient excuse I told myself at the very end. That it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Oyashiro-sama's. Given that I was in a stretcher, this next bit might have been obvious. But last of all, I realized one thing. Yeah. Today, I had not heard those footsteps following me, even once. And now I was liberated. As the cries of the Higurashi I couldn't have been hearing filled my mind. Their tearful ensemble was the only funeral march I had. Oh my god! I got an achievement! I don't want that achievement! What the fuck? Liberation escaped at last. What the fuck? Well, there's an ad break coming up in 40 seconds. I feel like we need it. We really need it. I need to I need to process this. What the fuck? Okay, so let's take a break, I guess. Oh my god. Yeah, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, take a breather. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Hi. I'm back. I'm so shocked by this outcome still. I don't think I can calm down from this. I have to take a long shower after I finish stream to wash away what I just read. Oh, thank you, 2D. Welcome back to you too. Well, let's get straight back into fun. June 22nd, 1983, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone, XX Prefecture. Volcanic gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide erupted from Onigafuchi swamp. Perfect. Perfect! That it's that swamp too. One of the Hinamizawa area's water sources and spread through the entire village. There were 1,200 victims. 20 have gone missing. Interesting. Interesting. The catastrophe was unprecedented, forcing local governments to evacuate approximately 600,000 people. 600,000! That is so many people! According to later investigations, magma pools and hot springs were uncovered directly under Onigafuchi swamp. This is literally hell. They were saying like, oh haha, it's hell underneath Onigafuchi swamp. It's actually hell. It's actually hell down there. The gas that gushed from it was determined to be the cause of the disaster. In addition, directly after the incident broke out, many came forth claiming this disaster was a curse based in Hinamizawa village legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. There were apparently local legends of a curse spreading in a miasma, destroying the village. And some scholars believe a similar gas disaster may have happened in the past, and remain part of these legends. This happened before? More extreme periodicals suggested this was an extension of the string of freak death incidents that have been happening in recent years in Hinamizawa village, stirring interest in theories about this curse of Oyashiro-sama. In addition, okay, I get it, why you would assume this? Well, like, going from like 1 death and 1 disappearance a year to 1,200 people dead and 20 people missing is a little extreme. Oishi disappeared beforehand. They supposedly did not find him and his small team with him. Oh, right. I guess he was with a team? We still don't know whose car he was looking for or investigating. I still wonder who that was. Yeah, I guess maybe that was the accumulated 20 people. In addition, relatives of those in Hinamizawa village who had escaped the disaster complained of sickness afterwards and were hospitalized. Some of them even died of unknown causes, further encouraging such extreme opinions. Oh my god! On top of that, several relatives professing to be possessed by Oyashiro-sama's curse committed suicide in strange ways. And the impact that the disaster has had on the entire nation can no longer be ignored. What the actual fuck? Somehow it manages to get worse? What? I don't even... I'm scared to keep going at this point. What else are we gonna read? Hello, Kuno. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. The small town has caused mass chaos throughout all of Japan. Yeah. Not just with the dam project, but now also with a mass disaster. Oh my god. I'm afraid to keep scrolling, to be honest. This is This is something. Wild visions of terrible toxic gas sneaking around in the middle of the night, killing people spilled across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headaches, dizziness, etc. Some who identified themselves as being obsessed by it began doing odd things. Most of these were mistakenly attributed by the tabloid press, but afterwards, some even began to call the mental issues arising from the Hinamizawa tragedy the Hinamizawa syndrome. Oh my goodness. I hope your workday ends up being good and that it ends quickly so you can rest up well for the remainder of Saturday. The Hinamizawa village region, the object of all kinds of rumors and speculation, is currently closed off, and even flying overhead is prohibited. The prohibition was, at one point, undone as a result of a decrease in the gas's density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being cordoned off again. Boy, oh boy. Okay. So this village is forever cursed, man. You can never ever go into Hinamizawa. This is forever a dead village. You can never enter here again. Oh, it's Sunday. No! Well, I hope you can enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Yeah, you will never be able to enter Hinamizawa again. This is... wow. It still manages to keep getting worse. Word is that the area is sound asleep, all traces of its former life intact and left to rot. Only one survivor remains, Keiichi Maebara, age 10 something, who lived at something Hinamizawa village. At the time of rescue, he had some trouble breathing. He's still alive due to fluid buildup in his lungs, but as a result of life-saving procedures, he was kept alive. He is currently in a general hospital somewhere in the prefecture. The press have been asking for him for some time, but all interviews are being refused. Oh, I wouldn't want to give interviews to this either! What did he see in Hinamizawa? What happened between June 21st and June 22nd in Hinamizawa village? Shit went down, man. Today he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it. And he didn't die. His last wish... oh my god. I did not... I couldn't read that. What? Jiro Tomitaka, real name unknown. Real name unknown? Committed suicide? Investigation, strangled and burned. Kurado Oishi missing. Suicide in the clinic. Furude murdered. Gas is asked. I need to read this in slow. Reina. Oh no. Everyone is dead. Rumiko Chie died in an accident while fleeing the Great Hinamizawa disaster. Oh my god! Kameda? At the victim's hospital. Shion Sonozaki. Suicide! Attempted suicide. Oh, I can't read it so fast! No! Partner in crime! Oh my god. Wait, I want to read through all of that on my own. Why can I not slow this down? Oh my god. I cannot open the log, unfortunately, so I'll just pull up my stream in a second so we can... wait, can I open up my stream? And just go back? Let me see in a second, because I want to read through this. Because not everyone died of the disaster. Oh, I guess, yeah, Shion dying by suicide makes sense since she doesn't live in Hinamizawa. And they said relatives ended up killing themselves. June something something 2003. So that is a whole 17 years later. Sorry, not 17, 20 years later. I'm stupid. There for sure is something about this on YouTube? You mean... Oh, okay. We don't get the credits again. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to look up the credits. Actually, let me do that like right now because I'm too curious to read what that said. Let me see. Can I watch my own stream back? I can. Okay. Let me just quickly skip to the end of that VOD. Okay. I got it. Let me quickly screen share. Okay. There we go, kind of. Okay, this will be really confusing because you'll see me moving behind myself. But, okay, let me just, I guess we can just stop when we want to read something. I don't think you can see it. There you go. Oh, you found a Steam forum page with the text on it. I mean, we can just do it like this too, but thank you. Or you can still link it if you want to, though. Let me give you a permit if you want to link it so people can look at it in their own time. Can you read them to us? I will. Double the spooky, double the fun. Oh, yeah. Okay, but I won't turn on the sound. That makes no sense. Yeah, you get 2 spookies just for today. Okay, let's see what this said. Okay. Great Hinamizawa disaster in memoriam list. 59, Article 12. Okay. We just something that was published in a news article. Okay, now this is interesting. Jiro Tomitake, real name unknown. Is that like his artist name? Possibly committed suicide. You know, he was clawing at his own neck. That'll do it. Oh, you found it a long time ago. Oh, sure. If you find it, feel free to link it though. Thank you, but it's okay if you don't find it. Possibly, yeah, because we never got confirmation if he was drugged or if he did this on his own. Okay, Takano was strangled, as she was in the last chapter too. Body was found burnt to a crisp. Investigation continues. By the way, what language is that underneath? Guessing it's an actual language. I don't know what it is, though. Kurado Oishi went missing during an investigation. Investigation continues. Katsuya Kumatani. I think that was also a police officer. Missing. Iria possibly committed suicide. Ika Furude possibly murdered at the shrine. I really want to know what it says underneath because it's a lot of text. I cannot make sense of this. I have no idea what it is. And I really would want to know. Read that small text? I mean, a convenient. This doesn't make sense. I have no idea what this says. Looks like the text messed up. It looks intentional. but I don't know what it means. Uh, Outbreak on the 22nd of June, recognized as a severe disaster under Article 27. Reinaryugu died in the Hinamiza was a disaster. Okay. Oh, Satoko went missing. Interesting. She's not dead. Teppei is also not dead. They're both missing. Oh no! His parents! Ichiro Maebara and Aiko Maebara. Oh, why does it hurt so much reading it? Tomita Okamura also died. Chie died in an accident while fleeing. That is crazy. I can tell you how to read it, or at least how I did, but it is a bit spoilery. Huh. Okay, so we're not supposed to read it yet? If it's a spoiler, it's okay to not tell me then. We will come back to this then when we are able to read it. I will take a note of that. Give me a sec. Let me write this down. I also need to write down the date for the VOD so I can find it. Okay. Teppei is possibly not dead. I am not sure I like that. The one person that should have died. Yeah! He should have been dead! Just woke up still kind of eepy. Going back to sleep. Okay, have a good night. Rest up well. We'll get to know it later then? I hope so. I can't recall if it's a spoiler. Certainly cryptic. I'm not sure if I want to know. I'll think about it. Let's keep going through this for now. Kimiyoshi Kameda. Yukikazu Kameda. Who was this again? I feel like the name is familiar. The Kameda. Who was this? Oh, he's not missing. I'm an idiot. He just died in an accident. I don't remember who that was, though. Kasai. Shion Sonozaki. At the victim's hospital. So, she wasn't in Hinamizawa, obviously. She just committed suicide afterwards? As a relative, attempted suicide 2 days after Shion, but wasn't successful. Oh my god, can he not kill himself even? Oh no. Hello, Jester. Hi. You missed the craziest shit you can have possibly imagined. You can see it from what we're going through in my VOD from just a minute ago. What happened? This is quite crazy. Oh yeah, baseball kid. Right. It's the weird baseball kid. You're absolutely right. Okay, Keiichi Maebara, diagnosed with a severe mental disorder due to the disaster and undergoing long-term treatment at a prefectural facility, has refused all interview requests by the media and is living his days in peace. Peace, quote unquote. I wouldn't call all of this peace. What is with the text, though? It's clearly saying things. Yeah, it is very clearly giving us more context, but I feel like if they purposefully made it so that you can't read it, then it is a spoiler what it says, possibly. So I don't think I will look it up, or I don't want to know right now because I don't want to spoil it. So we will wait until we can possibly decipher this. I think Satoko didn't make it to the hospital when I fell asleep. No, So, um, okay, for everyone that just came back or just in general wants a little recap, um, after we found Satoko boiling in the bathtub, we tried to take her to the hospital. We made it to the hospital, but Keiichi was too afraid to go inside because of Oishi and all that has been going on. We learned from the conversations that we overheard that Irie ended up killing himself with sleeping pills and Oishi was missing. Hinting at the fact that Keiichi can actually really curse people to die. So after that, Satoko felt better and she was like, "Oh, I want to get some clothes before I go to the hospital." So they make their way back to at least Satoko's house. Somewhere along the way, they stop to talk because Keiichi, for some reason, felt the reason to confess that he might have been responsible for the death of Irie and the disappearance of Oishi, and also ends up confessing to her that he tried or killed her uncle, which resulted in her clearly being absolutely traumatized by that, and ends up going up to Rika's shrine, the Furude shrine, where Keiichi follows her and they find Rika dead. I'm so tired already. I'm sorry. They find her dead near the shrine, which prompts them to completely freak out, obviously. Keiichi drops the hatchet that he was carrying around, which of course triggers another panic attack from Satoko. Hello! Hello, Kiriya! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! Hello, welcome in! We're in a very, very odd spot right now. I'm recapping everything that happened so far. We're... A lot of things happened in this stream, so we're currently trying to get everyone up to speed. So I guess you came at a good time. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good time playing Faith. I don't know what Faith is. If you want to tell me about it, feel free to. Hope you had a good stream. Hope everyone enjoyed it. Hello, Jambo. And also, hello, Kitty, of course. How are you? The next under Keiichi's recap is kind of possible to read. Okay, I'll try to read through it in a second. I just wanted to keep recapping. Okay, give me 1 sec to finish what I was trying to recap. Okay, so we found Rika's dead body. Keiichi drops the hatchet, which in turn freaks Satoko out completely. They run to a bridge. They have this whole conversation about how Satoko ended up breaking into the ritual storehouse as a kid, crushing one of Oyashiro-sama's statues. She made it out, and Rika was punished for all of this. And Satoko has been blaming herself ever since, thinking that she was truly cursed by Oyashiro-sama because of all of that, and ends up pushing Keiichi off of the bridge, claiming that if she kills the demon, the curse that is currently possessing Keiichi, because how else would he be able to kill all of these people, that if he dies, then everything will be okay. Which, of course, Keiichi couldn't just die and fall off a bridge. In his last moments, he wished for Hinamizawa to basically disappear because there was no need for Hinamizawa like this to exist, where everyone is suffering and all of that. And sure enough, when we woke up, we were surprised by the silence throughout the whole town and quickly figured out that there was a volcanic eruption of a specific kind of gas, which killed basically everyone in Hinamizawa, and all relatives with connections to Hinamizawa ended up either killing themselves or dying in freak accidents. And yeah, we're basically just going through the credits we just got to read some of the text we weren't able to read. Ugh. I never thought I would have to recap something like this, but yeah, it is pretty messed up. Okay, that was your getting back uh on track with the story. Um, Higurashi is also an anime series, right? Yes, it is. I watched the anime series 10 years ago, so we're currently playing the visual novel, which is really good. You should absolutely read this if you like Higurashi. This is the craziest chapter I read ever. It's a Souls-like game, but horror. Oh yeah, you love Souls-like games from what I've seen, so I don't even know why I asked. That sounds really interesting. I've been trying to get into more Souls-like games. I feel like the only one I truly gave a shot was Hollow Knight. So I have to try the actual Souls games, you know? People have asked me to play Bloodborne, and maybe I will start with that. Maybe you will actually see me play Souls-like games. Yeah. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good stream. Hope you had a good time. Thank you so much again for the raid. Sorry that I was kind of caught up in a recap while you were raiding. I think the garbled text are characters that died commenting on the descriptions. They're placed here. Okay. Also, hello, honey. Hello. Mental disorder. What? What's with? But with so many. Oh, terrible things happening. People will break. You must never forget that feeling. We all live because we have a heart to live with. If we forget that, we are just living puppets. Remember, you're alive and have a soul. Oh my god, these are all actually readable. Oh my goodness. Well, I will not read these out loud right now because I feel like that'll take a long time. But I will post a screenshot of these in the Discord for anyone that is interested. I will definitely read through them in my own time, but I do not want to go back and read through all of that. Oh, I did not know this was gonna be legible. Oh my goodness. Okay. That is very interesting. Yeah, it says something about the more minor of the twins always gets more popular. But to think it's would still hold true. Maybe it's fate, or maybe coincidence. You're okay to think of Watanagashi considering the suicide. The what? To think of Watanagashi considering the suicide though? Huh? Okay, I need to read through these. For sure. I will comment on anything that really stood out to me in the next stream though. Dark Souls Remastered is a good place to start. Okay, thank you for the tip. I don't own any Dark Souls games. I have played a Dark Souls game on console before. Not finished, but I did play like a couple of areas. I sucked so bad though. But I definitely look forward to playing one of them. I need to finish Hollow Knight as well. I feel like maybe finishing Hollow Knight first before going into an actual Souls-like herb might be good, because I find that Hollow Knight might be a little easier being a 2D platformer. You figured that one out quick. I mean, it's not super hard to read. You just have to like concentrate really hard on reading these. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's so weird. Yeah. I was like, wait, this is super legible now. Oh. Yeah, all the words connect, basically. They just split them up in ways that make it seem like it doesn't make sense. Which is funny, because I thought this was totally a cryptic language or something. Elden Ring is pretty close. Oh, yeah, right. I guess, yeah. Elden Ring, of course, is also very close. We didn't play much Elden Ring, though. We have to get back into it. I'm bad at Elden Ring, and I haven't played it solo, so I can't say how good I would be playing it on my own. Once I figure out how you do it, it's pretty simple. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't notice. Okay, but now we know. I will hopefully remember to put out the screenshots on the Discord. Okay, let's see. Interesting. Why does Shion's text appear here again? The more minor of the twins, blah blah blah. You're okay to think of Watanagashi as Watanagashi, considering the suicide though. This is such a strange thing to put below all of this. I wonder if this is intentional. This seems not intentional at all for some reason. But also, it does? Hello, welcome back, yeah. Did Swiggy finish the chapter? Not yet. We got to the credits, and we were just going through the credits because it went by so fast we weren't able to read it. We just realized this text is totally legible. Flues together strong? Mm-hmm. If we use all of our brain cells, we can actually figure stuff out. Oh, I really want to read this. A mysterious soul. Okay, no, this is I should read this when I'm more awake, though. Hello, I'm Mr. Oh no, I'm Ryukishi 07. It was a sacrifice battle this time. Like it always is. What do you mean? Okay, but I think the rest is really just credits that you should read through in your own time. This is so crazy. Okay, well. No, don't give me my stream up in 19 seconds. Okay, let's actually get back to the game. Can I please close my own stream? I'm being held captive. Let me out! Okay. So many questions indeed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got it! Yippee! Oh. Well. VOD, watch along stream. Let's go! Yeah, you're all stuck here now. You have to watch. You have to watch. Yeah, I'm being held captive by myself. Okay. Let's keep going until the next ad break, but then I'm gonna end, depending on where we end up anyway. Because I do need to sleep at some point. So I will keep going until the next ad break, roughly. End before it starts, and we'll come back to this next week then. But we still have like 20 minutes to go, so yeah. An elderly couple living in Osaka Prefecture discovered a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son who passed away 8 years ago. Their son went missing when his fishing boat capsized in 1995. He was 47 at the time of his death. 8 years later, in 2003, they had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their minds, and came across the cassette tape in question. Okay, who's that son that they are talking about? From 1975 to 1989, the deceased had experienced working as a journalist for photography periodical, and his tape is thought to have been created during that time. Okay. What? Label on the tape read November 28th, 1983, Keiichi Maibara. It is thought the tape was recorded during an interview with Keiichi Maibara, the only survivor of the Great Hinamizawa disaster that occurred in June of 1983. As the only person who lived through the disaster on the night of June 21st, shrouded in mystery, many interested parties attempted to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in a public space. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value. Can the guy not just live in peace? Like, actually just leave the guy alone. Don't bring this up.
なんだか録音されてると思うとすごく喋りにくいですね。
It's really hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm being
気
recorded.
にしない気にしない。
Please, don't worry about it.
こうすれば録音してるのも気にならないでしょ。
Here, it won't be a problem if I do this, right? After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. Did he cover the recording device with something?
じゃあ始めるね。
I mean, it's still pretty easy to understand, just a little muffled. Then let's get
ま
started.
ず最初の質問から。
Here's my first question.
圭一君はあの大災害の夜どこにいたのかな？
Where were you the night of the great disaster?
神社から裏に抜けてずっと林道を進んで
I had gone behind the shrine, then took a path through the woods for a while.
吊り橋があるんですよ。
There's a rope bridge there.
山に入る少し前に
A little while before you get into the mountains.
そこから落ちて気を失ってました。
I fell from there and lost
それ
consciousness.
は大災害の夜、つまり21日から22日にかけての深夜のこと？
Did this happen during the night of the disaster between the 21st and the 22nd? I mean, no. It happened during the day of the 21st.
いいえ、
Nope.
21日の火曜日の朝です。
It was on the morning of the 21st on
そ
Tuesday.
れで次の日の昼間に目を覚ましたわけですから1日半はそこで気を失ってたと思います。
Which means I woke up the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half.
どうしてそんなところに？
Why on earth were you there?
誰もが持つ疑問だけど、当日は平日で、しかも落ちた橋は君の家と学校からは大きく離れているよね。
Technically not lying. Technically, he's saying the truth. He's just leaving out a lot of details. Why on earth were you there? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday, I might add, was quite far from your house and the school, wasn't it?
ざっくばらんに言って、君が大災害の発生を事前に知っていて、
Speaking frankly, there are some who say you knew of the great disaster beforehand. I mean, you could say that I was the one who brought it forth in the first place. Which makes sense, yeah.
村から逃げる途中に吊り橋から落ちたんじゃないかっていう声もあるんだけど。
Don't want to involve more people in this. It's not going to end well. And fell from the rope bridge as you were trying to flee the village.
冗談じゃないです。
This isn't a joke.
勝手なことを言わないでください。
Please don't be so arbitrary about this.
私も随分ひどい言い分だと思うよ。
I think it's a terrible thing to say too.
気を悪くしないでね。
Please don't be offended.
さて、次に圭一君が落ちたという吊り橋なんだけど、地図で言うとここだよね。
Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from, it was right here on the map, right?
神社の裏から林道を抜けて至る吊り橋というのは、
The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods.
多分
Probably.
俺もあんまり行かないところなので自信はないですが。
I never went over there, so I can't say for sure.
そんなに行かないところにどうして平日の朝に行ったのか疑問は尽きないけどな。
I mean, I guess it is suspicious, but at the same time, why are you asking this? He lived through this horrible fucking thing. Why are you asking him all of this shit? I know that you want to get some like big story or anything and feed into conspiracy theories, but like please. What if Keiichi himself found the records of the people who died and who went missing, knowing that Satoko is possibly out there, as well as her uncle? I mean, if this wasn't the news, then he must have heard of this. So, but what makes you think that people that are missing will ever come back? They might not ever come back. I guess I just want to know why you were out somewhere you'd never been before in a weekday morning.
それで、この君が気絶していたという河原なんだけど、実はそれはありえないという噂は知っているかい？
And then, well, about the riverbed you fell unconscious on, have you heard the rumors about that being impossible?
ありえない。
Oh no, don't say that word. Don't say the I word in front of Keiichi. He's gonna snap. Probably won't, but this makes it so much worse for him. Yeah, not knowing if they are truly dead. Impossible.
また、ありえないですか。
That word again.
また、
Again.
まだ。
Again. For a little while, Keiichi Maebara utters the word impossible several
どう
times.
してありえないと？
Why would it be
火
impossible?
山ガスが発生したのは鬼ヶ淵という沼なのは知ってるよね。
You know how the volcanic gas originated in the Onigafuchi swamp?
それで学者の先生が緻密な模型を使ってシミュレーションをしたら興味深いことが分かったんだってさ。
Some scholars did some pretty delicate simulations and modeling and discovered something very interesting.
例の火山ガスってのは空気よりも重いらしくて、
The volcanic gas was heavier than the air,
地形に沿って低いところへ低いところへ流れ込む水みたいな性質があるんだってさ。
so I guess, he's trying to say that we would have definitely had to get poisoned. When did the credits say he tried to commit suicide? I think it was, wait, this was in November? I think it was the same year. In June? Let me go back to... Let me just go back real quick. To check for sure when it was. Do. August 29th, 1983. So a couple of months prior to this interview. He would have died on the riverbank at the bridge by poisoning then. He wished for death, but that didn't come true. Why did the curse not let him die, though? I mean, Satoko was the only one that said that it would kill everyone that you love, everything that you love, but would only kill you dead last. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe the curse is just for the rest of your life. You're not even allowed to die. That's how bad the curse is. Why did he get cursed in the first place, though? Because he tried to take control of who is going to die? Oops, sorry. Of who is going to die from the actual curse? Because he tried to take a life on the night of the Watanagashi?
それで発生源の鬼ヶ淵沼からそういうガスが噴出し、どれくらいの時間をかけて村を覆うのか実験がされたんだ。
And with Onigafuchi Swamp as its source, they were able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village.
そしたらさ、
So, well,
君が気絶していたという河原、
that riverbed you were unconscious on,
流れ込むんだよガスが。
the gas, it would have flowed down there.
よく言ってる意味がわからないんですが。
I don't really understand what you're getting at.
つまり、君が本当にこの河原で気絶していたなら、君は丸一晩 猛毒の火山ガスの中にいたことになるんだよ。
I like that despite all of this, he's still dense and doesn't get what people are talking about. He stays true to character until the very end. It's the cause, probably. He disturbed the ritual somehow. Yep, probably. And therefore he deserves to be cursed in this absolutely horrible way. That's our Keiichi. That's how I know him. In other words, if you really were passed out on that riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all the toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night.
だからつまり君がここで気絶をしていた可能性は否定されたわけさ。
That means there was no chance he could have been passed out there. Well, it is what happened though.
もっとざっくばらんに言うよ。
Allow me to be a little more frank.
私はね、君が嘘をついているんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
I think that maybe you might be telling a lie. Why would we?
君は大災害の時、安全なところに身を潜めていて、ガスが薄れた頃合いを見計らって村に現れて自衛隊の人に保護された。
During the great disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner, then reappeared and were secured by the SDF. How is that more likely? How is that more likely for a high school kid, by the way, to know that this was gonna happen and hide out and watch for the gas to get thinner? What? That is insane. I don't know if it's the mic muffling, but boy does Keiichi sound like he has no joy left in his life. I think that's just the way that he feels. There's nothing left in terms of emotions except for depression. I mean, understandably so. This guy went through hell and back, and he isn't even allowed to die. No wonder he only did the one interview. I mean, this is horrible to get accused of all of this. I mean, he is the cause of this technically, but still, like, please. This is horrible. Yeah, he's a horrible guy. How can you say this to someone? How about that?
どうしかな。
Is that right on the mark? For a short time, journalist presses Keiichi Maebara further in a teasing way, but all that can be heard are heavy sighs.
仮にそうだったとしても、俺は今更驚きませんけどね。
Even if that was the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
驚かないとはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean you wouldn't be surprised? Was this recording really taken of Keiichi Maebara? Some harbor suspicions. You said it before, didn't you?
ありえないって。
That it was impossible.
あのひなみ沢ではありえないことなんていくらでも起こるんです。
Impossible
いないはずの場所に人がいる。
things happen in that Hinamizawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't be existing. Like Teppei?
死んだはずの人が生きてる。
Then people end up alive.
そんなこと珍しいことじゃないんですよ。
It's not really that unusual.
まさか俺自身が死んだはずなのに生きているってやつを。
And himself too, of course. He's absolutely crazy. I mean, for a good reason. Who wouldn't be at this point? Oh god, this is so morbid. He's probably being watched too as being the last survivor of something this catastrophic. Yeah. People would blame him, I'm sure, and would probably try to attack him and all sorts of stuff. If you believe in conspiracy theories enough, you might just go absolutely mental and go after him for this thing alone. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess crazy isn't the right word. He's traumatized. He went literally through hell and back. He hasn't had a breather since the day that all of this went crazy. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove that I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. I can't believe this is actually happening to him. No way he's laughing with him. The journalist and Keiichi Maebara both laugh for a while. This is crazy. To verify its authenticity. Okay.
話を変えるよ。
I had the others in the Maebara family check the tapes with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear and much time had passed, so the relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually his voice. What Maebara family? People not living in Hinamizawa? But didn't the relatives also die? I mean, his parents are definitely dead. The Keiichi laugh sounds so dead. I mean, he is emotionally probably nowhere to be found. Let's just put it that way. Extended family? Possibly, yeah. Alright then, I'll change the subject.
あの大災害がひなみ沢連続開始事件の5年目のたたりではないかという話についてはどう思う？
What do you think of the debate about whether this disaster was the curse, the 5th year of the serial freak death incidents in Hinamizawa?
いや、それはないですね。
I don't think it
5
was.
年目のたたりは俺ですから。
I was the curse that year after all.
え？
Hmm? This is not a joke.
何のこと？
What do you mean?
何のことって、あんたの話に対する答えですよ。
What do I was just answering the question.
あの大災害は、まあ、言っても信じないでしょうけど、
Doubts also remain regarding the date, November 28th, written on the tape. The curse, well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you this.
俺が起こしたんです。
I was the one who caused it.
俺がね、こんな村、丸ごと死んじまえって願ったから起こったんです。
I was the one who wished for the whole village to die, and it happened.
そりゃ豪快な話だね。
What an exciting story.
公開？
Exciting.
そういう面白い言い方もあるんですね。
I suppose you could call it that.
高野さんも俺が殺したし、監督も大石も俺が殺した。
After Maebara Keiichi's failed suicide attempt on a certain August day 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with a mental disorder and transported to a treatment facility. I wish they would name the mental disorder they supposedly diagnosed him with. I was the one who killed Takano-san and Coach and Oishi
あの
too.
時の俺にはね、何か神がかり的な力が宿ってたんですよ。
At the time, I had some kind of divine power.
そう。例えるなら、足音かな。
Yes, I suppose it was like footsteps.
足音？
Footsteps?
なんだいそれ？
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
あんた、足音を聞いたこともないんですか？
Have you never heard footsteps before?
ペタペタ、
Tip tap,
ひたひた。
click click.
あんたも今日からは歩いてるとき、不意に立ち止まってみると面白いですよ。
Oh, the facility never allowed any news coverage, so it's extremely unlikely that a tape from the media dated after August 1983 would have his voice on it. Oh, interesting. How did this happen then? The hidden meaning of footsteps. What are footsteps? Xer keeps denying the validity of the tape. Oh yeah, for sure. Can we even see the text here? No, we can't. Yeah, it's completely invalidating the tape, which makes it even worse because... Why would you date it November 11th? Not 11th, 28th? No, I'm not sure anymore. Why would it be marked as that, though? What is the purpose of having a wrong date on it? Today, when you were walking around, try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen.
それでね、
That is, creepy. Anyway,
自分がちゃんと立ち止まったにもかかわらず、足音が一つ余計に聞こえたなら、
if you hear an extra footstep, even though you'd already stopped walking,
気をつけた方がいいですよ。
you'd better be careful, you know? This is so creepy, Keiichi. This guy is like trying his best to not freak out. He's like, oh my god, this guy is a lunatic. Why though it's like the world doesn't want to acknowledge his truth or the truth? Kind of, yeah. It's like they don't accept this. They don't want to hear what actually happened.
そうだね。気をつけるようにするよ。
Yes, I'll be careful. Yeah.
そんなに俺、面白いこと話してますか？
Is what I'm saying really that funny to you?
あんた、さっきからヘラヘラと笑ってばかりですね。
However, the reporter had been criticized for his forceful methods of collecting data while he was active. So there's a possibility that he broke into the facility and forced Keiichi Maebara to talk. How do you force him? Seems pretty willing to talk to me. You've been doing nothing but laugh in my face this whole
監
time.
督と同じだ。
You're just like Coach.
俺のことを同情したり
Don't curse him!
話を聞いたりしてるふりをしながら、その実、人のことを異常者扱いしてる目だ。
You pretend to sympathize with me, to listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic.
そんなことはないよ。
That's not true.
いや、俺にはわかるんです。
No, I can tell.
あんたの目は監督と同じだ。
Your eyes are the same as Coach's.
あの日以来、もう足音は聞こえない。
Is this truly Keiichi Maebara's voice? The authenticity of this recording is still wrapped in mystery. I mean, it is? But they wouldn't know that. They don't know the guy. If Keiichi never talked to anyone, then the reporter has to have something that Keiichi wants or wants to know about. I mean, they did say that they locked him up in a facility, basically, so if they don't allow visitors, then it's not that he doesn't want to talk. It's more that he just can't. And if he breaks in and kind of forces him, I guess he has no choice. I never heard the footsteps again after that day.
だから俺にはもう、あんな恐ろしい力は残ってないだろうけど。
So I don't think I have that terrible power
今
anymore.
ここでもう一度、あんたの死を願ってみるよ。
Perhaps right here, right now, I'll wish for you to die. I mean, he did die. But I think it was a couple of years later.
俺に不愉快な話ばかりをする。あんたの死を。
It was in the 90s, I think, that he ended up dying, so it was quite a while after that. I'll wish for your death for saying all these unpleasant things.
そうだな。今回は一つ、死に方も決めてみようかな。
Oh god. Yes, this time, why don't I decide how you die?
高野さんは焼け死にだったから。じゃああんたは逆に水だ。
Takano-san was burned to death, so let's go with the opposite, with water. Oh my god.
水に溺れて死ぬってのはどうだい？
I hope you drown and die. How's that? And it's actually what happened. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he did drown. They did say that he drowned in a Da, 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 da. Wait, where did they mention that? They said it was... Yeah, he died on the water when his fishing boat capsized. But that was quite a couple of years later. That's like 12 years later. But he did die in water.
絶好調だった当時の俺なら次の朝までには必ず死んでる。
15 years after this tape was created, the reporter, just as Keiichi Maebara had predicted, died in an accident out on the sea. If I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die before tomorrow morning for sure.
さてあんたは
Oh my
何
god.
日後に水で死ぬかな。
I mean, he did end up dying like that, but it didn't happen instantly. Now then, I wonder how many days it will take you to drown. My. Hello, Keiichi. You don't look so good, buddy. Oh my, this is the first time we see him from the front. Completely exposed. And it is in this state that we find him in. Oh. I guess that's part of why they tried to invalidate the tape, making it sound like some sort of conspiracy. Yeah. Trying to hurt his credibility. Yeah, this is quite rough. It was not built for 4 to 3. I mean, actually, you guys won't be able to see this because I have the image in OBS. Why does this feel wrong? Why does it look better in 4 by 3? Why does this kind of look better? Also, there's gonna be an ad break in like a couple of seconds, or like right now, actually. I didn't say I was gonna end before the ad break. That didn't happen, huh? They really do know how to captivate me. Okay, well, I guess we'll take a break. I will not be ending in the middle of this. This is too good. I can't end on this. I can't end right here, so we'll keep going. So I'm gonna take a quick break though. Real quick while the ads run. I will be right back. Feel free to also take a break, rest your eyes, stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack. Oh, I'm losing it. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think I missed quite a few messages. Is there any other thingies? I don't think so. At least I wouldn't know which one it was. So far, I haven't been able to see if there is official art. I don't think there is. But yeah, this is a little squished. I guess this would be the actual resolution. I have it cropped, of course, but this would kind of be it. But yeah. I think the 4x3 still works. It's a little squish, but it still works. Yeah, it's maybe just how the mod works. Also, thank you. Welcome back to you too. In the village in the flash forward like 2003 is still inaccessible? Probably. I don't think they would dare to open it back up to the public.
あんたも気をつけろよ。俺ごときにたたり殺されるな。
Oh my god. You better be careful, you know? Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you, okay? Ha 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 ha. The recording ends in the middle of Keiichi Maebara's laughter. And Keiichi Maebara... Later the night of November 30th, 1983, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly... records remain of the strange words he kept giving after pressing the call button the day before he died? An extra set of footsteps. He died? Oh my god. The explosion, I'm so sorry. That was so out of the blue. I forgot that they have that in there at the end of every... I didn't read that. At the end of every chapter. Oh, that took me by surprise. Hold on. I want to go back to reading what that said. Because I wasn't able to read it so quickly. When I have to read it out loud, I'm not good at reading it quickly. And it was a little too fast for me. For all the other situations, I prefer the 4x3 too. I wouldn't have minded black bars on top and bottom for this art. Yeah, same. It would have been a little nicer if they cropped it differently. He died shortly after. Yeah, let me read it to you. Actually, let me show you too. There you go. Late on the night of November 30th, 1983, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly died from a high fever, cause unknown. I totally thought that he was alive for a little longer. Totally thought that he wouldn't have died so soon after. Records remain of strange words he kept giving after pressing the call button the day before he died. Oh, okay, now it makes sense when I'm not rushing to read it. An extra set of footsteps. That is the last thing he said when he pressed the call button when he was, dying of the fever. And he, heard the extra set of footsteps, finally. Giving him peace and quiet, I suppose. So yeah, we're staying true to the fact that he cannot survive a single chapter. Wow! Things kept getting worse and worse and worse. My second favorite chapter in Higu Peak. This is insane. I don't even have words to describe how things just kept snowballing into insanity. This is actually crazy. I expected this chapter to end in a completely different way. This is not how I saw this playing out. Like, not even remotely close to what I thought. I thought, oh yeah, for sure, someone is gonna kill him again or something like that. He's just gonna end up dead in someone's basement from someone being possessed. Probably Satoko, since she's on the image of this chapter. And, yeah, well, it didn't pan out like that at all. I have so many questions still, and none of them were answered. Probably will be in the answer arcs, but I have so many questions. I think before we go into the answer arc, we should make a list of all the questions that are still open, because I need to know everything. I need to inhale the lore that is Higurashi. I need to know every little detail. Oh, it is so good. What do they want to do in the next chapters if they already pulled out world destruction? I mean, this was supposed to be the last chapter for the question arcs. So apparently, because you will notice this from the way it was written, they mentioned a couple of weird stuff, and they dropped the name of the game a bunch of times, and this whole thing just was very last question arc kind of thing. But apparently, I don't know, Ryukishi decided to make one last question arc, which is gonna be Rika's. And from what I heard, it's supposed to be really sad, but also really good. And this was already really sad and really good. And from chapter to chapter, it's just gotten more emotionally painful, so I'm not looking forward to it, but I am at the same time. The chapter is called Himatsubushi. I do not know Japanese, so I don't know what that means. Himatsubushi. The direct meaning in English would be to kill time. Okay. Time. Interesting. Oh, also it will be extra interesting because it was mentioned for everyone that didn't know, that didn't read this with us. Rika, who we found dead, apparently there is a legend saying that if in the Furude family for 8 generations the first born child is a girl, then the 8th girl basically would be Oyashiro-sama reborn. So they said that Rika was basically Oyashiro-sama, which is gonna be interesting in the next chapter, because that certainly cannot be good. But yeah, I guess we'll see after we finish the after party, which will not be today. We won't be doing that today, but I wanted to also see real quick what it said for the text. If it said anything. Oh, it just gave us the info that we unlocked a new scenario. Okay. Rika's death here was truly awful. The image was terrible. It was something else. I certainly did not expect to see it. But yeah, the second I saw it, it reminded me of the scene in the anime. So it triggered something in my brain. But yeah, I don't remember the context as to why she was dead. Good to hear you're so invested in peak fiction. This is so good. This is so much better than I thought it was going to be. Going into this, I didn't expect it to be this good. I mean, I knew Higurashi was good, but like, this is so good. I could absorb this like a sponge. But okay. We will play the after party next week. I still have to figure out what day would be best to play Higurashi on. Probably also Friday, Saturday, somewhere around there. So I guess I'll see you guys next week for more Higurashi. I'll be playing Omori and Misai tomorrow to get the other endings, maybe. Yes. And then we'll get back to this next week. I cannot wait to play the after party too, because sometimes they give you interesting things to think about. Because they just comment on different stuff that the readers may. So that'll be interesting too. And then we can also start the new chapter as well, since usually the after party isn't super long. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me today. Also congrats Toonie on 10k gold. Damn. I hope you guys had fun. This was one hell of a ride. I will have to process all of this because this was probably the heaviest piece of literature I have read in a while. It is so good. But yes, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Also, hello, Lazy. Welcome, and also bye-bye. Yes, the stream is now over, but the VOD is eternal, probably. But yes, I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for everyone who was here just lurking and chatting. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys tomorrow or next week. And yeah. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Bye-bye.